What's up, Twitch? What's up, Twitch? What's up, Twitch? What's up, Twitch? How you doing? How you doing? Well, I don't know if anybody's gonna be on the stream because Kai Sanat is doing his birthday stream and whatnot. But um, oh well, I'm still gonna do my stream. This stream is basically what it is about, what it say it is, paranormal. She just subscribes. It's basically what it is, what it say it is. It's gonna be a paranormal reaction video or whatever. Um, and so I'm gonna pull it up. I don't know why I did that. I can't see.
Struggling with complicated content and editing software?
We lived in this house since the early 1940s. This is the room where all the paranormal things happen. The legend is that the ghost of the warden's house is Gertrude. So you asked if I got scared. That scared me.
I mean,
that
I'm
it
gonna turn off
answered
the
me
light.
like that because I didn't think
So
that was
it
coming.
can be
I can bring the bad doll
darker.
back out if you want to. So the bad doll I've banished to the back corner
Oh
over
shit,
here.
you really actually hit it back.
The two sisters were here, and then the phone thing happened.
We actually were told during the tour, this reverend doesn't like when you ring his bell.
Oh, help me leave. Come give me a big hug.
Dude, what the? We just heard you downstairs.
Oh! Look right there!
Oh! What the?
Oh!
Shit. He's gonna walk down. Oh, there's a baby doll down here. There's a baby right here.
Hello?
On tonight's episode of the Paranormal Files, it's an incredibly dark and chilly night here in Minnesota, and we're at one of the most haunted houses in the state, the old warden's home here in Stillwater, Minnesota.
I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out?
This home has some pretty interesting history and some pretty spooky objects inside of it, including this bell, if you guys get a shot of that our tour guide just told us the spirits don't like when you ring. Of course, we're gonna ring it and see what happens.
Can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or are you speaking out?
So join us on tonight's episode of the Paranormal Files. We've already had some activity, so this is, I'm sure, going to be another charged night of paranormal goodness. We're just so happy to have everybody here. My name's Colin Browen, and you're watching the Paranormal Files. All right, everybody, so tonight we are in Stillwater, Minnesota. Never been here before, have you?
This is my first time in Minnesota.
Oh, there you go. And we are investigating the historic warden's house. You know, here on the Paranormal Files, we love prisons. I think we can all agree. Prisons have some of the darkest energy.
Indeed.
And this building is one of the few surviving buildings from one of Minnesota's earliest and some would say most brutal prisons. There's a lot of interesting stories here, including the story of an inmate who lived in a cave behind the prison that we're going to talk about.
Well, we've been to Stillwater, and this is a beautiful community, first of all, right on the Mississippi River over here. Yeah, it's a unique location again, one that I wasn't familiar with. It's a beautiful area, though.
Very cold, very gloomy day.
I mean, the warden's house looks super cool. And
Yeah.
up there on the hill.
I think we're coming up on it right now.
Should be right to our right.
Oh, there,
Oh.
there it is, right there.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Ooh.
There, look at the warden house right there, the sign.
Creepy house on the hill.
Should we go up there?
I guess so.
It really just kind of looks haunted, you know? It's got a haunted look to it.
Oh, that's a good climb.
That's so cool.
Something about a house that looks like that. Looks like we're in for a treat tonight, guys.
I had a nice view on the balcony right there.
I love the leaves out here too right now.
Still, and then we had snow flurries.
Been kind of on and off snowing all day, so that's great.
Let's do it.
Look at, right now we're on unnamed road. That's what it says on the GPS.
This goes, what's interesting is this thing goes with it.
Carriage house.
Carriage house.
And there's the cave behind that.
Oh, it's behind there? Oh, back in there?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's where we're putting you, Jeff.
Oh, believe me, I can't
Isolation
wait. I got my blankets
experiment.
with me.
All right.
I just gotta add in here, I'm out here doing B-roll, but it is fucking freezing. I don't know if you guys can see my jacket covered in snow. But holy shit, it is cold here today, guys. Oh my god, and here's the warden's house. This place has got definitely some wild stories behind it. Yeah, it feels great to be back in the Midwest ghost hunting. And look at that, it looks so creepy on this camera, doesn't it? I love that. Got my gloves on so my fingers don't fall off. Holy shit.
I'm just gonna give you the history of the house. I'll pepper in a couple stories where appropriate of ghosty things that have happened to me and just some kind of sad, icky things from the prison.
Perfect.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
All right. Well, my name is Heidi Hines, and I'm the site director here at the Warden's House Museum in Stillwater, Minnesota. This is the home of the warden of the original Minnesota State Prison, and I've got a great picture here that shows the warden's house and the prison right next door. It was just north of the house. Both the house and the prison were first built in 1853. This is when Minnesota was still a territory before it was even a state. So the prison was located here downtown Stillwater for 61 years. And in those 61 years, here at the house, there were 13 different wardens that came and went. Some stayed for short periods, some stayed for a long time. Most of them had wives and children, so this was a family home for 61 years. It's been a museum since
61 years is a long time. Like, 61 years as a family home. So how many generations was in that home? Because it's 61 years. That's insane.
1941. It's actually the second oldest historic house museum in the state of Minnesota. The prison was here until 1914. That's when the state built a brand new prison at Bayport, Minnesota, which is about 3 miles south of here. So they put all the prisoners on a train and moved them up to the new prison. They built a new warden's house for the warden to live up there. So these prison buildings sat empty for many years. In the 1930s, some of the buildings were torn down, and they took those limestone blocks and built a couple of scenic overlooks here in town out of those stones. Some of the buildings remained, though, through the years and were used for different things. I know the school bus garage was there for many years, a creamery. In the 1990s, the plan was to turn the remaining prison buildings into a fancy hotel. It was going to be a resort, and wouldn't you know, right before that plan was set into motion, there was a fire, the arson. The last of these prison buildings burned down in a huge fire in 2002. So all that remains of the original Minnesota State Prison is this one little bottom half of the guards tower that's down on Main Street. So there's the tower and the wall that surrounds the prison complex and the warden's house. So we're happy to still have lots of the pictures and artifacts and stories of the original prison. That is all gone. We do guided tours here at the museum. We're open May through the end of October every year. We do guided tours and special events once in a while. And nobody's really lived in this house since the early 1940s. So people are here part-time, and I don't know who's here at night and what happens, and maybe you guys will find out tonight what happens after hours at the warden's house. So follow me over here. I want to show you a cool picture. Before the prison was built next door, that area had a lot of history anyway. Can you get this picture on the wall here? There's a historic marker next door in the ravine marking it as Battle Hollow. It's a natural ravine with a really high limestone cliff on 3 sides. It's like a horseshoe shaped. They thought that was a good place for the prison because nobody could escape. Not true, people escaped all the time. But they thought that since it was enclosed, it was a good spot for the prison. It also was a good spot for the Native American tribes that lived here in the St. Croix Valley. Both the Chippewa and the Dakota lived here, and the site next door was the location of a pretty serious battle between those two tribes in the year 1839. There were 50-some casualties. I think 29 people died, 20 some injured as well. So in 1851, when they started building the prison, this was pretty recent history. It already had the nickname Battle Hollow, and that's what they still call it. There are obviously no photos of that battle in 1839, but in 1939 is when they took this photograph and dedicated a historic marker down there, which is kind of cool. There's members of both tribes.
You're watching Twitch. It's the finals, and the play of the game is coming.
They
make the move, the crowd goes wild.
Really gotta get freaking
to mark
YouTube,
that
no
spot.
ads.
So a lot of history, a lot of tears and bad things happened next door at the prison, even before it was there. Let me just show you the few wardens that we show in this room. Francis Delano is warden number 1. There's a city in Minnesota called Delano, Minnesota, that's named for him. He was here for 5 years. I can tell you that this warden and many that followed him were simply appointed by the governor because it was his buddy, not because they knew anything about law enforcement or how to run a prison. And suffice to say that they made an awful lot of mistakes from the very beginning. They had a lot of problems with escapes, corruption, lots of versions of corruption. They learned a lot as they went, and eventually it was really a world-class institution, but the prison didn't start out that way. So Delano's first. The next 2 wardens on the wall over there, Francis Smith and Henry Setzer, were both real short-timers, only here for a few years. Setzer quit in a political huff. See if you can imagine this. The year was 1860. It was an election year. Pretty contentious, right? He was a Democrat, and Setzer wanted a Democrat to win, but a Republican won, and he was pissed. Abe Lincoln, ooh. So Henry Setzer wrote in the book, "I quit because I'm a Democrat and I'm not going to work for a Republican." So he left.
2 years.
Sounds familiar though, right? Like the more you hear about history, it kind of sounds the same. Delano did what a lot of them did, which was private business in the public institution of the prison, where either he kind of sets up shop or later wardens had their buddies set up shop. Industries from woodworking to like a shoe factory. They eventually built plows and farm equipment and stuff. But in the beginning, that was just private money going into their private pockets. Eventually, it became a public factory, basically, but it didn't start out that way. Anyway, follow me to the kitchen.
Perfect. I can get all these inmates to make stuff for me.
That's exactly.
Not have to pay them.
That's exactly right. And when Minnesota first became a territory, they had to make some decisions. The legislature had to make decisions quick about where's the capital going to go. St. Paul. The land grant university, they chose Minneapolis, or it was St. Anthony at the time. But the prison came to Stillwater, and you might think you don't want a prison in your town, but yeah, you do want a prison in your town. It provided a lot of jobs for the community, and like you were just saying, free labor with those inmates. So there's still a prison in South Stillwater. So this room is the kitchen. The wallpaper in most of the house has been added like in the 1950s and 60s, so it's still pretty old, but it's not original from the 1850s. This is a great picture of one of the prison guards, and that's his little pit bull. And the guy on the left is one of those shop owners, one of those local businessmen who set up shop within the prison. John Proctor is warden number 4. He owned a local hardware store. He stayed here for 8 years, which is a long run for the time. Proctor had some good ideas like, let's have the guards work a night shift. Good idea, right? That's when people would escape, it was overnight. He had the inmates start to wear stripes so that if they would escape, you could identify, that's a convict, right? The next warden to live here is Joshua Taylor, warden number 5. He's only here about 1.5 years. We would call him nowadays a whistleblower. He came in and pointed out all that corruption with the money, and people didn't like it. That didn't go over very well, so he was kind of pushed out. Alfred Weber, is the only warden who maybe belonged in the prison himself. Word on the street is that he really was a thief and stole money outright. He stole in sneaky ways by ordering things for the prison and then selling them. He also, let's see, how do I say this discreetly? There were women in the prison from the very beginning. Some of the women were prostitutes, and during his tenure, they were allowed to work in the prison. And now whether that means he had no idea what those bad girls were up to, or maybe he knew darn well what they were up to and was the instigator of the whole thing. I don't know the answer to that, but I'd like to find out. Anyway, that basically, I think they turned the prison hospital into a brothel, is what I understand.
Oh, shit.
And even some of the girls had their sisters and friends come in and work here at the prison. And that went on for about 6 months until people caught wind of that and he was fired. So we had all kinds of different wardens here.
That's crazy.
At
That's
the warden's
insane.
house.
That's,
That's
His
insane.
grandpa was a warden.
yeah.
Really?
Huntsville State Penitentiary.
In Texas?
Yeah.
Oh,
And this was
man.
in the late 50s. That's when he started working at the prison, and then he worked there until mid 70s.
Interesting. I bet he's got some stories.
Yeah, that's when they were doing the Huntsville Prison Rodeo.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a high pressure job and it didn't really pay that well. I mean, you got a free house to live in and free food and I guess the clout, but it was hard work. Like the wardens had to be there every day. You don't get a day off. They interacted with all the inmates all the time. So I wouldn't want to do it. Okay, Follow me. This is the dining room. This part of the house was added on, and you can hear the acoustics. It just sort of sounds different in here. The main part of the house, the walls are 2 foot thick limestone. So this dining room was added in 1870. 8 years later, they added a modern kitchen back here, which we use now as our office. So next couple wardens in line, Henry Jackman he's the guy who added the dining room. He's the warden for 4 years in the early 1870s. Right behind you on the horse there is John Reed. He's a warden here for 13 years and a lot happens while he's here. For one thing, the prison population, I'm sorry, it's so dark in here.
No, it's fine.
The prison population really starts to grow on his watch, right? It started out with 6 cells and 2 dungeons and no inmates the first year. Slowly, it's growing. When he starts in 1874, the prison population is not quite 100. By the time he leaves 13 years later, it's over 400. So it quadruples during his tenure, as does the population of Minnesota. It wasn't really a carnival of crime. It was just more people living here. So during his time, there was a huge fire. So the prison, like I said, the population kept growing. Just like they kept adding on to the house, they kept adding on to the prison too. More cell blocks, more buildings. And in 1884, they all burned down. Late night, January 1884, there was a huge fire. The whole thing burned down. Somehow only one person died, which is pretty miraculous at the time. So they had to rebuild it all again. So really, the prison site and the warden's house were under construction for years and years and years. A lot of the work was done by inmates themselves. The dining room is 1870. They added a bathroom, which I won't show you. You guys saw it earlier. We didn't have indoor plumbing when the house was built, so that came around about 35 years after the house was built. So follow me. We'll go into the music room.
That's a lot of history onto this house.
This is cool in here.
This is cool in here.
Crazy.
So the formal dining room was really used for formal dining quite a bit when the wardens were here.
It just make you think what history is around your house. Like, what's all the history that is your next door neighbor house or the house you grew up in, like, as a child. All these houses got histories attached to it. Just like all these organizational buildings got history to it. That's crazy. Jail cells and stuff like that. That's crazy.
Remember, they're buddies with the governor, so they do some entertaining. After dinner in those days, time for music. Now, when you're here later, if this starts playing on its own, I bet you'll be scared.
Yeah, I would definitely be a little freaked out.
It would.
That's so cool, though.
Isn't it cool? This is European. It's Swiss, and it's quite lovely. I do like to point out, whoops, turn off. The prison had a band. Like I said, they really evolved over the years from being just a place to lock them up to being a place that had a band. They had a choir, an orchestra, they had a library, a school, job training. It really changed over the years. The next couple wardens in line, John Randall, the only warden who was too darn nice. He was kind of a pushover. A nice guy, not good for being a warden. He would let the inmates leave to go fishing and hunting and long extended visits, and he wasn't supposed to do that. Garvin, the next one, was quite the opposite, and the only warden to be accused of being a violent disciplinarian, way too strict. So he was not here long either.
When you mean violent disciplinarian, what do you mean?
I mean, like I think he was accused of actually beating the inmates. And maybe more. I don't know. Like I said, I've been here a year and I'm real nosy. And I'm trying to find everything out, but the more you know, the more you realize, gosh, there's way more to it, right?
Yeah, right.
The last warden I want to show you is Henry Wolfer. There's a great picture of him over there on the wall.
I got over 1 million subscribers on YouTube without ever even...
He was here the longest of all of them, a little over 20 years altogether. Really enacted some great prison reforms and is really responsible for the new prison being built and really turning it into the world-class institution that it became. One of the cool things that Wolfer did was purchase an Edison phonograph like this to play for the inmates. Have you ever heard one of these?
Mm-hmm.
Get played before with the wax cylinder.
They're cool. I've seen videos of it.
Do you want to hear it for a
Yeah.
second? Yeah, he bought one of these for the inmates to use for their enjoyment, which is pretty nice.
I've seen those. I guess I've seen like videos of it. Just never, I don't think I ever heard one in person.
Yeah, we've got all of these are records. There's tons.
Those
There's
are
like
cool.
probably a couple, 200 more of them. Some of them are comedy routines. Not funny. No, they're not really very funny. Some of them are really.
You mean like a little offensive?
Yeah. Yeah, and some of them are, and some of the songs are very racist things that we wouldn't say today. But really, they offend everybody. Like, oh, your Irish mother-in-law, and they kind of bang everybody. So, but I don't play most of them for the public.
Well, that makes sense,
right? Do you have questions about anything here? We'll go upstairs if you...
Any paranormal on this floor?
On this floor, not so much. I can tell you there's one spot that I feel weird in over here. Kind of when I'm standing in here, and I'm pretty sure it's probably because there's a mirror there and a mirror there, and the reflections. I don't know, something about this spot.
Well, paranormal theory, mirrors facing mirrors.
Yeah.
Portals.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm getting there. The other place down here, the other thing that I think has had some paranormal stuff is with this guy. One of my first days on the job, Reverend Boutwell was on the floor. Now he's an early missionary in the area, and this was his bell that he would ring to call people to church. And when I first started, and people would ring the bell, and I thought like, ooh, the Reverend don't like that when people ring his bell. And then I came into work the next day, and his picture was on the floor. Actually, you can see the hole that it took.
Oh, really?
And his frame was broken. And I thought, okay, I'm not gonna ring the bell anymore.
So you think he doesn't like it?
I think he doesn't like it when people ring the bell, but maybe I'm wrong. So
can we ring it tonight?
If you want to.
We're gonna ring that bell for sure.
Okay, but really, almost all of the paranormal things that have happened to me and other things I've heard have been upstairs in the children's room. Okay, and upstairs we go, and we can start. Let's see. This room was the master bedroom. Most of the wardens were married, so I tried to find photographs of the wives, right? The real housewives of the Minnesota State Prison. Here they are. I could only find photos for 5 of them, so some of the ladies are just a random silhouette. It's not really them. But in this room, there's some beautiful furniture made right here in Stillwater, like this bed. The bed actually belonged to the kid on the wall. His name is Forrest Gurney, this portrait on the wall, and he's a young man. I think 21 or 22 is how old he was when he died in this bed. He died of tuberculosis. He didn't live here in the warden's house. His parents had a resort on a lake not far from here, so that's where this bed came from, was that resort. And the portrait
pretty nice
along with him. So I don't know if maybe that's a creepy. Keep an eye on the bed tonight. I don't know.
But he died.
He died in this bed at
that's pretty
the
crazy.
age of 21 or 22 of tuberculosis, which was pretty common in those days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this house, realize in those days it was like everybody's house. There were people born here, people died here, there were weddings here, there were funerals here, all of that stuff took place in people's homes in that area, and this home was just like anybody else's. Have you seen hair art before? This was a kind of a common Victorian era craft. Sometimes it was a memorial or a mourning piece made with the hair of your deceased whoever. So we've got a couple of hair wreaths. So we did Halloween tours. I see a spider down there. I was going to say, don't be afraid. It's not real. It's not real. There were some big ones that I put out. I thought I got all of them picked up, but I see them. Okay, so this was the nursery, the children's room. Many of the wardens had kids. So we've got the children's pictures and names on the wall in here, and all the kids' stuff. And this is the room where all the paranormal things happen. The legend is that the ghost of the warden's house is Gertrude. And here she is. There's a great picture of her. Henry Wolfer, that last warden that lived in the house, had, I think, 3 sons and 1 daughter, Gertrude. And so Gertrude grew up in the house here. She actually married the prison doctor, Dr. Chambers, and they got married. She had a baby, and maybe 7 or 8 months later, her appendix ruptured. They had to do emergency surgery. She almost died. Well, she survived the surgery. After a week in the hospital, she went home and was supposedly all better, but she died that night. Not here at the warden's house, at her own home. But the baby, little Winston, came here to the warden's house to live with Grandma and Grandpa, and they raised him. And so the legend is that Gertrude, or Trudy, they call her, has been found here at the house looking for her baby. Now, I've not met Trudy. She's never said, "Hi, my name is Trudy." But they say, other people have said they see a woman here, a woman in pain, her stomach, a woman looking for a baby. So I don't know if the ghost is really Trudy or not, or maybe you guys can find that out for us tonight. I've heard so many people say that they see in the windows, they see a woman in this room. I've heard a lot of people say, we're walking by, when there's nobody at the house, and that the
One of the things students love about culinary school
nobody's really lived in this house since.
yeah.
Sorry. That's all right. Sorry, I'm gonna just lay you down. So the bad doll, the cord was the thing, but not on the teeth. It was just sort of wall. His name is Forrest Gurney. This portrait on the wall, and he's a young man. I think 21 or 22 is how old he was when he died in this bed. He died of tuberculosis. He didn't live here in the warden's house. His parents had a resort on a lake not far from here, so that's where this bed came from, was that resort.
Figured
And the
that
portrait
was pretty nice.
along with him. So I don't know if maybe that's a creepy, keep an eye on the bed tonight, I don't know.
But he died.
He died in this bed at
I mean,
the
that's pretty crazy.
age of 21 or 22 of tuberculosis, which was pretty common in those days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this house, realize in those days it was like everybody's house. There were people born here, people died here, there were weddings here, there were funerals here, all of that stuff took place in people's homes in that area, and this home was just like anybody else's. Have you seen hair art before?
Mm-hmm.
This was a kind of a common Victorian era craft. Sometimes it was a memorial or a mourning piece made with the hair of your deceased whoever. So we've got a couple of hair wreaths. So we did Halloween tours. I see a spider down there. I was going to say, don't. And they got married, she had a baby, and maybe 7 or 8 months later, her appendix ruptured. They had to do emergency surgery. She almost died. Well, she survived the surgery. After a week in the hospital, she went home and was supposedly all better, but she died that night. Not here at the warden's house, at her own home. But the baby, little Winston, came here to the warden's house to live with Grandma and Grandpa, and they raised him. And so the legend is that Gertrude, or Trudy, they call her, has been found here at the house looking for her baby. Now, I've not met Trudy. She's never said, "Hi, my name is Trudy." But they say, other people have said they see a woman here, a woman in pain, her stomach, a woman looking for a baby. So I don't know if the ghost is really Trudy or not, or maybe you guys can find that out for us tonight. I've heard so many people say that they see in the windows, they see a woman in this room. I've heard a lot of people say, we're walking by when there's nobody at the house, and that they'll see people up here in this room. I've heard people say they've seen the cradle rocking on its own. I have not, I don't know. I had, just the other day, I had an incident in here. Shall I tell you?
Please.
So every window has these blinds, right? Or, these shades. And one day, about a month ago maybe, I came in and the cord was still through the thing, but not on the teeth. It was just sort of slipping through here, which is weird. I've never seen that. Maybe one of my volunteers closed the night before and kind of pulled it off the track. So I fixed it. I took it down, or I crawled up here and ran the string through and wound it all through so it was like it is now, right? And I closed it like that. I went home well, that's not true. I closed it, and while I was standing up here, way up high, I just said to myself, oh, this is a different view from up here. I'm not usually up here, And I said, hey, Ghosty, is this where you live, up here? And that was it. I got down and went home. And then the next day I came in, and the cord was pulled was not in it. It was pulled all the way out and was like coiled up down here, and the shade was closed. And nobody else had been here. Nobody
Besides
else
you?
Besides me. I left. Nobody else was here. I came back the next morning. Nobody had been here. And the cord was on the windowsill, coiled up, like it was answering me or something. I was like, what? Because really, if you would have pulled it all the way through, the curtain would have been up. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just no physical way.
If it fell out, it wouldn't have coiled up.
It wouldn't have coiled up, and it wouldn't fall out. Like if it had been like the night before, it was off the teeth, but still through the thing. And I don't know how that happened either. But that really, really freaked me out. Like,
that's cool.
Because I don't really talk to the ghost, but I did. Oh, is this how you see the world up here? And it's like it answered me. Anyway.
That's gotta be a little freaky to come in here and find that.
I dropped a big F-bomb. Was like, what the? Oh my God. But normally, I'm really not too scared. And I'd like to keep it that way. I think I definitely believe that there is something here, someone here. I don't know if it's just Trudy or if it's all kinds of people. I don't really know, but I hope they like me. They don't. I think we are all getting along just fine, so I would like to keep it that way.
Have you ever been scared here?
Not yet. Maybe a little, not really.
You ever heard of anyone who was freaked, like a volunteer?
I've heard of other directors before me that didn't want to be here alone, like wouldn't be here alone, always had to have somebody come and close up with them. And it is scary, and I do hear, it's an old house, and there might be a critter or two in a wall, or and with these radiators, like you can't account for every click and bump and whatever, but some things are definitely a thing, right? Like the curtain cord.
That's crazy.
Just a couple other quick ones in this room. For me, last winter, I had to fix this display case, which meant I had to take this stuff out of it, which is this little boy's outfit and his hair. The ringlets that belong to this little boy.
Oh, from the actual
From this
picture?
kid, yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Isn't that cool? I'm forgetting his name right now. Arthur Jameson.
Did he die as a kid?
No, he lived a long life. He was a wealthy boy here in Stillwater. And yeah, I'm sure his mother saved the outfit and clipped his hair. And anyway, this got donated to the museum. Anyway, last winter I was here all alone one afternoon and wanted to fix the case, so I had to take this stuff out. And I wanted to be very careful with it because it's special. So as I was kind of folding it up and gathering up the hair, I just sort of said, don't worry, I'm just taking really good care of this stuff. I'm just here to fix this. I'm putting it away gently and then I'll put it back. Don't worry. And all of a sudden I heard a noise like a metallic, vibrating kind of buzz sound. Right after I said, oh, I'll put it back. And I said, oh, are you talking to me? And the buzz went like two. Answered me. I was like, oh my God.
It came from the room?
It came from, so the first one I heard, like, it came from over here, kind of behind you. And I said, are you talking to me? Buzz, buzz. And it was over here again. And I'm like, so now you asked if I got scared. That scared me, that it answered me like that. Because I didn't think that was coming. So I kind of started prattling on. I said, oh, well, I'm a real nice lady and I'm just here to take care of things. Don't hurt me. And I said, I've been researching a lot about the families that lived here. And I said, I feel like I'm starting to become part of the family too. And when I said that, it buzzed one more time. And this is gonna sound dumb, but I'm pretty sure it was coming from this stove. I don't know why.
Oh, gee, easy, baby.
I don't know why. Yeah, and I don't know who this ever belonged to or what. Like it's not connected to anything. It makes no sense.
That's so bizarre.
That this thing would be buzzing at me, but it did. And I haven't heard it since, but that's
weird,
true.
the connection with this too.
Yeah, yeah. And there are many more stories for this room, and maybe you'll have some for yourself.
Anything else before we leave that you can think of?
The doll. I can bring the bad doll back out if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doll is nice.
No, we want the bad doll.
Okay, let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. Okay, this nice doll actually belonged to one of the warden's daughters who was born in this house. And she died young at the age of 5, I think. And so we're really happy to have something that belonged to her that the family donated to us. And this doll is beautiful and not scary or creepy. But we have many of those. So do you want to follow me? I'll show you where the bad girl is hidden away.
Yeah, it's something we like to hear.
Good.
The bad doll.
The bad doll. So watch your step. This part of the house isn't really ever part of the tours. It's just kind of storage these days. It was actually servants' quarters.
Ah, interesting.
Okay, Carrie, I'm gonna just lay you down. So the bad doll I've banished to the back corner
Oh
over
shit,
here.
you really actually hid it back there.
Yeah, I'll grab her.
She must have been real bad.
And there's lots of, that one doll is real nice, but we've got a lot of these old dolls are so creepy, you know? Okay. Here she is. Okay.
Oh my god.
She's real.
What the hell is that thing?
I know.
Oh my god.
I'll put her back in there.
That's worse than I thought that it would be.
And tell you the story.
I mean, even this one. Oh my god, that's scary. Holy shit. Even those right there, just kind of creepy, just standing there.
Yeah. This dude with no arms.
I would not want to see that in here.
Yeah.
Just imagine you have all the lights on, you see that thing running across the hall.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in here, creepy. So when I first started working here, we were here after hours. My husband and his father and stepmom and our daughters, who were probably, I don't know, 13 and 15, I guess, at the time. And I was kind of showing them around, and we were up here, and in fact, it was just the 2 teenage girls in here. The rest of us had kind of moved on to the next room. And all of a sudden we heard the older one, her phone started freaking out, doing that loud buzzing like someone got kidnapped or there's a tornado, or you know how all of a sudden everybody's phone will. Well, not everybody's phone was doing that. It was just hers, and there was no Amber Alert or no phone, no weather thing, and she couldn't make it stop, and she was kind of freaking out. We're all like, "What are you? Stop it! You know, what are you doing?" And she turned it off and turned it back on. And there was a message there, and it was weird. It was like some app that she never, like a Google Secretary or some app thing that she never really used, with a message on it that said, "Isn't she cute?" And I'm like, "Well, what is that about?" And the girls were just freaking out. And I said, "Well, what were you doing when your phone started doing that?" And they were here. They said, "Well, we were making fun of that doll." They were the 2 sisters were here laughing at, "Oh my god, that doll is so ugly. Oh, ick. Oh, I hate that doll. Ooh, she's so icky." And then the phone thing happened. So they
What the hell?
So it's like the doll knew that they were bad mouthing her.
Look at me, chill.
I know.
Yeah,
That's why the doll is a bad girl, and she lives in the back room now. But and my daughter's scared to death of this thing, and I don't blame her. It's pretty crazy. So we'll keep her out. She'll keep you guys company tonight.
I mean, she's got a really big ass forehead.
And I don't know her story. Like, I don't know where it came from or whose it was or anything like that.
It just randomly appeared in here one day.
Okay, come out on the balcony for just a sec, because you can really see next door a little bit better. So from up here you kind of get a better idea This building, this condo is like where the women's cell block was.
Interesting.
And so it really was just right on the other side of the wall over here.
And it started out, this area, with like an indigenous battle massacre.
Yeah, right next door, for sure. And in fact, there were a lot of at the prison, and one of the women jumped from the 4th floor and landed on the ground right there back in 1887 maybe. Paulina Kreitzer, I can show you her picture when we go back in.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I love the snow. Like this creepy
There's a subtle
snowy.
smell.
And this tree is too.
I know.
Trees can talk, right? Yeah, this one's been around for sure. There we go. So on the wall here in the hallway are some good pictures of the prison.
Oh shit.
And the bill, yeah, here's the fire in 2002 and the aftermath. This is the prison population, by the way. They got up to, I think, 850 was the...
Imagine just being the one person in there for a year.
I know. Like in the early years, at one point they had 4 prisoners, and they all 4 escaped. Like the newspaper headline was
How do you
prison
lose
stand.
all 4 of them?
Right, I told you.
Escapes.
Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, it's not a good year to be the warden.
No. This is when they tore some of the buildings down in the 30s to reuse the bricks for other things in town. They actually, look at the parade float. Can you imagine? Like, hi, Dad. You know. But here's a few shots of the different prison buildings. This was the hospital. They had a gazebo in the yard, a couple of greenhouses. They grew plants and flowers. The trouble was, you know, those limestone walls kept everybody in, but they really couldn't grow, was the trouble. Hello?
Gonna be funny. Yeah.
Sorry. That's all right. This room was one of the bedrooms, but we keep prison stuff in here. So let's see, a good place to start is on the floor. If you look at the gray rug, that shows you the size of a cell, 5 by 7, not very big. The prison was a terribly crowded place, really bad conditions. They never really had indoor plumbing, right? Every inmate got there's your toilet. This one's for clean water. Your brick is for scrubbing your stone floor. This poor guy's got the tuberculosis, you know. Turns out there were a lot of creepy ways to die in prisons. There were inmates that killed each other, inmates killed by guards, lots of but the thing that killed more than any of those was disease. Really poor ventilation, it was always damp, you really couldn't get the place clean. So diseases spread like wildfire through there. So the hospital was a busy place. There's a picture here of a guy in the insane ward. You know, in these early years, they did not have any kind of, you know, mental health things for anybody. They had a hospital with one hallway. They called it the crank cells or the crank ward or the insane ward. And the guy in this picture, I mean, it's kind of like an early straitjacket, right, or to keep him from harming himself. The prison was super strict, right? It had a nickname. They called it the Silent City. The men were really forbidden from speaking to one another, let alone like laughing and fooling or joking or anything like that. So they were forever being written up for breaking all kinds of rules. There were rules about how to dress, how to walk, what to wear, how to eat. There were a lot of rules, but most of the guys followed the rules. Turned out if you followed the rules, you got privileges. If you didn't follow the rules, you didn't get those things, right? If you followed the rules, you got to wear a blue suit instead of the stripes. You got to eat the good food, right? If you look over here, there's a menu. Here's what's to eat in the Clink in 1907, right? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The items that are in italics or bold are reserved for the inmates who behave themselves, right? Like, I would be good for the butter, right? These guys were food motivated. Turns out that works. So most of the guys were what they called first grade prisoners. They followed the rules and they got their privileges. But here's a good picture of the guys marching. Like, it was like lockstep, almost like a military camp situation, except for church, chapel every Sunday. Turns out they were all really religious because that was the only time you could talk was during church, so they all went. And holidays. Here's a great picture of some of the inmates in the yard. You can see how high that wall is. But they're socializing. This is a 4th of July. It was a big deal because they really never got to do it. And it was a big deal in this little podunk town of Stillwater to go and watch them. Like, this was the entertainment of the day. There's a picture here of on top of these cliffs. If you look close, there's the whole town is up there
Just
watching the inmates down below. So here's the dining room. And you can tell just how, strict they were just by how straight it's all set up. And eating was a whole thing too. There was a proper way to ask for more, like without talking. You couldn't get up and walk around and get yourself more of something. You had to raise your proper hand the proper way, and there were like waiters and stewards all around to get you stuff.
That's so crazy.
The Minnesota State Prison in the beginning took men and women and children. They didn't open juvenile homes in Minnesota till a little bit later. So some of these early pictures they're unidentified inmates, and I don't even know what year it is, but just look at some of these dudes. Like, this is a kid. This is a kid. He looks like a kid, But they were to be at work, like I mentioned downstairs, some of the industries. In this case, that kind of represents some of the things, the farm machinery that they built, the twine. This is from the shoe factory. There's a horrible story about the twine factory. If you look here, you can see all the pulleys. There was a in the twine factory. A guy climbed up like into the belt mechanism. There was a 2-foot belt that ran through these pulleys, like a master one that ran all the little pulleys, and he like grabbed onto it and went through them all and like died instantly, broke every bone in his body. He fell on the floor like a bloody puddle, a mess, and they all got to go home for work for the day. But just one of many like terrible, terrible stories. And by the way, this little pass-through, this little empty closet area, for some reason, the other few paranormal people that have been here, they think that there's something going on in here. I don't know if I believe, I don't know if I agree. You'll have to see if you think so. So some more prison stuff in here. This is the original camera that they used to take the mugshots in the prison. So I think this is a pretty cool artifact that really kind of captured an awful lot of the inmates. And you'll see a few different of the mugshots around. This murderer's name is Nicholas Kill. How do you like that? That's a great murderer name, wouldn't you say? The mugshots all get the straight on and the profile. They really wanted to get your ear. Did you know everybody's ears are different? Even your own 2 ears are different. So there's a story of inmates murdering each other at the prison. Down below, here's a picture of Sinbad the sailor in his greenhouse. Sinbad grew fresh flowers in the greenhouse, and he came in one day with some fresh flowers, and one inmate said, "Hey Sinbad, give me a flower." And another inmate said, "Don't give that yellow son of a bitch a flower," which was like a racial slur. So Sinbad, the flower guy, watched these two guys get in a fist fight, and they got broken up. One of the guys went into the guard's office and got a billy club, came back and starts beating the other guy with it. And then the guy who's getting beat with the billy club said, "Well, to heck with this," and went in his cell and came back with a knife, like as long as his arm, and stabbed the guy in the heart, killed him instantly. Over fresh flowers. Like, oh, man, these guys are animals.
Jesus.
And so we've got pictures of like the post-mortem stab wounds and stuff. Anyway, just goes to show you the whole, something as nice as fresh flowers can turn to crap. Here's the 13 wardens on the wall. Some other, we've got lots of handcuffs and chains and that kind of stuff. A lot of the guards were issued not only the badges and the hats and the uniforms, but the cane. Every guard got their own cane for getting attention and to use as a weapon, which they definitely had to do. Have you heard of the Younger Brothers, the Jesse James gang, the James Younger gang?
Oh, yeah.
In 1876, these were the notorious criminals of the day. There's always a notorious criminal, like pick a year, from Al Capone to P. Diddy, like we were talking about downstairs. There's always somebody, and in those days it was the Jesse James and his brother Frank and the Younger Brothers. So they ended up here in Stillwater Prison. This is some of their stuff. World famous at the time. So, if it's creepy stories that you want, he died in prison of tuberculosis too. I'm just thinking, I will send you, I've got a whole compilation of what I build as true tales of terror and tragedy that are just what I said, true tales of creepy stuff that happened here either in the house or at the prison next door. And I think I have it printed out, or I can email it to you if you just want to have some details. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's it. Do you have
executions?
No, that's a good question. There were not any executions here. And Minnesota didn't have the death penalty per se, but there were some people executed in the state. Not here in Stillwater and not here at this site, but other places in Minnesota.
The hanging and Mankato?
Yeah.
Indigenous people?
For sure. Yeah, that's the big one.
Yep.
The biggest one. It is. It's pretty sad. Do you have questions about anything else, guys?
Anything else haunted that you can think of?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if like an object could be haunted. That camera's
seen a lot.
Seen a lot. Like I said, the doll, if an object can be haunted, my money's on that creepy doll. Yeah, I don't know. All the things in here were made by prisoners, by their own hands. Book of poetry written by one of the prisoners.
But no one ever died in this house.
People, Warden Reed's mother died in this house. And Emma Ross died in this house, the woman who lived here with her husband. He was the head of the prison maintenance shop. She died here in like 1927, I think. So a couple people did die here. Many at the prison though, for sure.
And when again did the prison shut down?
1914.
Okay.
So well over 100 years ago. Okay.
I guess final question.
Yeah.
We always ask everybody. Would you consider this place to be haunted?
I don't feel like it's haunted in a scary way, like they want us out of here. I think it's haunted in a way that it's occupied. I think that there are things here, people here, spirits here. They seem to be okay with coexisting. Maybe they like all of this old stuff and it hasn't changed. Maybe this is a happy home for a ghost at a history museum. I don't know, but it's not scary haunted so far, so I'd like to think.
Except for that doll.
Except for the doll, right. I think that they're here, but I hope that they're happy.
Wow.
I don't know.
Alright.
Great.
Okay, so.
Perfect. All right, guys. So, once again, we're here in Minnesota. It seems like it's very late at night, but what? It's like 7 o'clock. It's been dark for 2 hours. House has some really incredibly interesting history. The dolls upstairs, very creepy. The ghost bell over here, eerie. The bed the guy died in, intriguing. And the stories of the prison. I mean, it's just 20 feet over there and the structures are gone. So in my mind, if the structures are gone on that building, you know what I mean? And this is the only building left from that campus besides the Watchtower Foundation right there. I don't know if the spirits are stuck in that time and this is the only building that exists in their plane of existence. Maybe they'd be coming over here. I don't really know. But we're gonna find out tonight. We have some cool experiments to try this evening. But we've got the three musketeers here.
Woo!
Yeah!
Woo!
Yeah! Yeah!
All right. We always start on one side, but let's start in the middle this time.
Okay.
Mary, how are you feeling this
On the
evening?
spot. Don't mess up.
I'm excited because this is pretty creepy in here. There's so many trigger objects, I believe, and just the feeling is really eerie. So I'm super excited.
Papa Spooks.
I would second that. Same thing. This is one of those hidden gems I think that you found, right? And I'd never heard of the place, but
Me either.
it's obviously very creepy. And Mississippi River is right across the street. So you've got that flowing water. There's Confederate items in here, a lot of trigger objects, like you said. And we've had some activity already leading up to this. So I think it's going to be an exciting night again. Yeah, for sure.
And then Connor, how are you feeling, brother?
Pretty interesting. I mean, I really like that we get to actually explore and investigate a warden's home. Like, we're super used to doing prisons, insane asylums, things like that. But this is the home of the people that were running the whole operation. From what we were told by the tour guide, there were some pretty messed up things that happened here.
Remember, guys, Connor's grandpa, a warden, so he's got a connection here for our investigation.
Yep.
Wow.
So we'll see if that has anything to do with some of the activity that we get tonight. So I'm really excited.
Well, guys, want to squish together so I can get a shot?
Okay.
Here you go. Let's put our hands in the middle this time. What should we say?
Her hands are freezing cold.
I let's say.
How about what did they say when they called them or?
Oh, let's just say let's go to prison.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go to prison! I know, that was kind of late.
The prison's not even there anymore.
So we're just gonna keep on rolling. So to start this out, we have over here our own kind of 1800s seance going on. We've got some real candles that we're gonna use. I've seen people implementing those things in investigations, and I like it. We did one a long time ago in Arizona that was really interesting. I don't know if I'd put the footage in or not, but where the light was pushing to the side and there's no draft. Yeah, in a mine. But we actually were told during the tour that this reverend doesn't like when you ring his bell. This is his bell. And she said that she was ringing it one time and she had a weird vibe, and then the next morning she came in and this picture fell off and left this hole in the wallpaper, and the frame's broken, and this is his old bell. So it's ringing.
And by the way, she said that we can grab these things.
Yeah, she told us on camera.
Yeah.
So, Reverend William Thurston Boutwell, Reverend Boutwell, or any of the wardens that are here, or prisoners, or wardens' wives, or children, try to follow the sound of this bell and come speak with us. There's a noise upstairs. All right, let's go start the seance.
I kind of feel a little creepy.
All right, everybody. So, to start off tonight's video, we've got some interesting experiments to try. We are going to light these candles here and do kind of an old school seance where we ask the spirit to manipulate the flame. And I've set up a REM pod up there, a REM pod over there, a REM pod over there. And they're all on the musical items in this room that she said trigger activity during the tour. So if we get a spike on any of those, you go over and play it. You know, see if whatever or whoever's here wants to hear music from that thing. So, why don't we all first, before we start this, sit and say our intentions. Hello, my name is Colin, to whoever's here. I just want to talk to somebody. We're coming here with curiosity
and we don't want you to be scared of us. So please come and try to communicate tonight.
Hello, my name is Mary, and I am just coming to help you. And if you would like to move on or are feeling lonely, we are here just to communicate with you and learn from you.
Hi, my name is Jeff. As Mary said, we're here to really communicate with you. We're friendly. We want to help you if we can. So please step forward and communicate with us in any way that you can. Use these devices, make noises. We'd really appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Connor. Pretty much what everybody else said. We just want to speak to whoever's here tonight. Maybe hear some stories about when you lived here. Talk to some of the inmates if they've made their way over here. Yeah, good intentions for tonight. You don't have to be afraid of us. We just want to talk.
All right, before we begin, is there anybody here in the warden's house with us that would like to speak? You can make a noise. Or if you see any of our little red lights, you can go touch them. If you see some of those over there, if you touch one of those lights or go by the instrument you want, we'll play some music from it. What's that? Just a creek. All right, let's light these candles. Whoever's here, if you see these candles right here, you can play with them and kind of blow on them to show us that you're here with us.
Can you just make a noise somewhere in the house so we know that you're here?
He scares people.
I just got like a smell.
Mm-hmm.
The light flickered right when look at that thing moving like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is weird.
Vitality meter.
The candle thing, the candle flickered right as the light flickered. And this
She's coming.
She's coming?
Who's she? Are you talking about Gertrude?
It says Dr. Muslin Gunman weren't. Gunman. I've never heard that.
Game.
Niagara.
Game. Well, this is a game. I just smell something, but the smell's changed on me.
That is a different smell.
I'd say like a cigar room or something but it's not cigar.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Positive. We're not bad.
Positive we're not bad.
Okay, right.
Bart. Bart? Are you with us? Somebody named Bart? Diamond.
There we go.
Barber.
I'm your man.
I'm your
Bart.
man. Bart, if you're here, can you touch one of the lights in here or make a sound?
Shall I do something?
Yes. Yes, Bart.
Crap.
Please do something. Show us you're here.
Elena.
Oh, look at
This one's
some
moving a lot.
names.
Request Elena?
Bart.
It's interesting because they were telling us during the tour that one of the wardens for 6 months legalized prostitution.
Really?
And they set up a brothel in the prison. And then when people found out about it, he got fired. Because they think the warden was going down and like using the prostitutes in the prison.
Wow. Just to request Elena. That's kind of weird.
And Eros.
Guardians in the shadows.
Oh.
That's just not happening.
Oh.
What's happening?
Butcher.
The vitality meter.
And something looked like it blew on the candle and the thing. And the thing spiked. Butcher. Cochrane Butcher.
Ours, we'd ask what they'd elongate, remember? In the mine, how they elongated.
Asking.
They're, kind of just like that. Look at Bart, or if you're here, can you work on this light flame and make it longer for me? Either one of them? Use your energy.
Squad.
Were you here when there was a prison next door? Also, there was a really big battle between two Native American tribes back here in
Where the prison was.
Yeah.
Oh.
So right there.
Mary and I were on the tour, so which is kind of good. We don't really know.
Appetite.
Let's go mine.
Do you want us to play the music? Petty.
Dog.
Don.
Pet the dog. There is a picture, remember she was showing us
she pointed
that
out.
they were doing pretty much free labor work, making prisoners make stuff for some people in town.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
that's a fireball.
Drain camera.
And then this.
There we go. Exactly that. Look at that.
Cocky.
That's how long they get it like that.
And
Look at.
Oh, it went from right to left.
Do you not like that I'm talking about how you exploited the prisoners?
It said cocky too.
Can you move that candle flame again?
Cleavage.
That was cool how you did the candle flame.
Can you give us a name of one of the spirits that are here with us right now?
Can you come and touch one of us? Like touch our hand or touch our hair?
Ooh.
Ooh.
I touched that.
Yeah. Touch this Hazel. Oh. Hazel?
And godmother. Oh, you asked for a person who's here. Hazel, godmother.
Weird. Someone's godmother.
Hazel, if that's you, can you give us a sign, flicker one of these candles? Maybe you're someone's godmother?
How many?
Tell people my story.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Befell.
But we don't know much of your story.
I heard a knock.
Did you die in this house?
Use something else.
Whoa.
Look at use something else. Is there any other tool?
Paranoid.
Hazel, if you're here, we just want to communicate with you. And if you could, let us know you're here by touching one of these red lights over here, making the candle flame elongate, or say your name again in any of the devices that are here. Hemlock.
What's that? It's like tapping over there.
Uh-huh.
What was that?
Isn't that the mirror she was talking about?
Spider?
Spider.
What mirror?
That one.
So much heartache.
What about it though?
Wasn't she saying like this is where she?
Oh yeah, she feels in here something because the mirrors. Oh. Oh, look, that one's flickering too.
Lungs. Oh yeah.
Right when it's going off. It said hymenal lungs.
There was someone who died from tuberculosis.
Upstairs.
There was.
But hymenal lungs? That's music.
A lot of the prisoners died of tuberculosis too.
What's polonium? Anybody know?
It's an element.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think.
Is there something to do with polonium here? Oh! What the f?
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm looking it up.
Yo.
I'll look it up.
That's insane, actually.
Yeah. That's a key thing, polonium.
Polonium? What the f is? Oh, look, and this thing's flickering too.
It's a radioactive metal.
Okay.
What's it used for?
Or where's it mined?
Eliminating static electricity in photographic film brushes.
Tongue terror.
Tongue terror? Was that oh, dude, there it goes again. I just saw it like tap on it.
I saw it.
Yeah, it literally was like it just got tapped on.
Thing's going
That
crazy.
was f***ing creepy.
Weird.
That was f***ing creepy.
I want to sit back so people don't think I'm like breathing on it.
Yeah, right. So, what's the deal with polonium?
I didn't see anything with polonium related to still water, just looking it up in case there was something that popped up. Do you have an association with polonium?
When was polonium
Oh.
discovered?
Joliet.
1898.
Joliet prison?
Polonium.
Analyze.
Okay. Need to analyze that.
We're trying to think.
I'm trying to think.
What's the association with polonium? Pittston?
Piston?
Pittston. Do you want it? Luxembourg.
Pittston.
Yep.
It's a city in Pennsylvania.
Did you like to listen to music when you were here? Should we play some music for you?
It's interesting.
Modern.
Polonium is what the Russians used to poison the agents.
That's what I thought polonium was.
Like the one guy
poison.
died, and also Yasser Arafat died by polonium poisoning.
Yasser Arafat?
Yeah, from the Palestinian PLO, Liberation Organization, before your time. He was the guy. Right, that's, I don't know how that'd be associated here.
Somebody's poisoned.
Was somebody poisoned? Meeting.
Oh.
So are you trying to tell us that somebody in the history of this building or in the history of the prison was poisoned with polonium? Bloodstain and question. Oath. Bloodstain oath. Leaky. Bloodstain oath leaky. Is there a bloodstain somewhere in this house from you? You can make one of those candles flicker or move that wheel. Is there a bloodstain in here that no one's seen?
Concerned.
What are you concerned about?
Maybe there was a warden or someone who actually had some polonium that poisoned people, killed them. You know, his secret stash, or a woman.
Disciplinary. It's kind of weird.
Correctional
Ward.
officer, warden.
It's their whole job is to be like a disciplinary figure.
There's that guy in that picture on the far wall. The far picture. That was the only warden that was like known to be super mean to the inmates. Can't remember
Jones.
what his name is.
Jones, we just got on here.
We're really here.
Albert Garvin.
You hear that bump?
Yeah.
Listen.
Albert Garvin, are you around? Could you say your name? Let us know you're here. It sounds like you weren't very nice.
Oh, look right there.
As they come in,
It's right there, standing by the door.
walk in and communicate with us over here closer. Please.
Albert, we heard that you were kind of an asshole. Is that true?
Come on, Albert.
Ovid? O-V-I-D?
O-V-I-D.
Yeah.
Find anything that you?
It's a Roman.
Drum. Music? And there's drums over there.
Right there. Should we get it?
Do you want us to play some music for you?
Do the drum. You're a drummer.
Deter. Okay, who wants to play this thing? No, this. I don't know how to do it.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well, you probably want
It's
to.
already cranked.
Yep, it's just.
You just need to put the needle on.
Jeez.
Whoa.
You might have to crank it.
You guys like that music?
Kerosene.
The prison was burned down, arson.
Yeah. Kerosene lamps.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. In that time period, before they got electricity.
Boxwood.
Trying to get a pulse on this place. Like a feel. Do you feel like anything? You guys can come out and talk to us tonight. We've traveled from a long ways away. So let us know you're here. Let us know you're here.
Once you started playing music.
My camera just randomly went to 0 battery. I don't know.
You know, it does feel a little bit like cooler.
Say it was gonna drain your battery.
Oh yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Repel baboon fairy.
sign.
Deer skin.
Did you like the music? Make a noise if you want us to play more.
Kind of feel like they just don't want
This is amazing.
to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do like a spirit box?
We want to go somewhere else in the house now. Where should we go?
More will come after.
Where are you in the house? Can you give us a knock or a sign?
Can you turn that wheel off? Oh, there's just a noise.
I heard something up there.
It's weird if she said that this is not very active down here.
No, she said it's all upstairs.
Interesting.
So the majority of it's in the kids' room.
Can you make a noise if you'd like us to come upstairs? We can come and play with you.
Do you mean harm?
We don't mean any harm at all. We just want to help you and communicate.
Do you mean harm? No judgment here.
We're not judging anybody.
You're very respectful.
Thank you.
We try to be, yes.
What's that?
Like a grumble.
Yeah.
There would be a rumble. Or a grumble.
Oh shit! Look, someone's right there by the stairs.
Oh, so you're on the other side. If you're on the stairs, can you try to play with one of those balls?
This turned on.
What the f?
What?
My name is Walter.
Okay.
Oh! Whoa!
What? What the?
Didn't
Sorry.
we get Walter before?
How did this just
Wait, how did that
on?
just turn on?
I don't get that.
So this
What
is
the f?
off. The other thing is the needle. This moved farther this way.
Really?
Yeah.
This is way over here. That moved and that started.
Look,
Oh, I'm starting to.
look, it just stopped.
I'm actually feeling finally some energy here. Actually, my
Intelligent.
Oh.
Oh.
Intelligent.
body- Yeah. Okay.
What the hell was
That
that?
was bizarre.
Is it Walter?
That's what that kind of like metallic noise was. I thought it was like something upstairs, but it was this.
That's trippy.
Wow, I didn't even notice it.
Nobody
You said
did.
it. Yeah, I set it down right next to right here.
And it was fully done
And
when
it
we
had
took
been
it off.
stopped for a long time.
Wow.
Did
Wow,
you do that?
Haunted.
Okay. It sounds like you're more comfortable coming out and talking to us, playing with these objects. We'd really like to see more of that, please. Walter, are you here? Walter, if you're here, can you knock one of the balls down the stairs for us?
those sounds were really interesting. Let's ask for a couple more. What do you think? And we can do a little spirit box before we go up. Walter, if you're here with us, could you make a sound?
Thompson.
Thompson?
Walter Thompson. I wonder if any of the wardens were named Walter.
I was gonna go, here, look, I'll go look over here really quick. Francis Delano, John S. Proctor, Francis O.J. Smith, Henry N. Setzer, Joshua Taylor, Alfred B. Weber, Henry Jackman, John A. Reed, Halver G. Stordock, John J. Randall, Albert Garvin, Henry Wolfer, Charles M. Reeve.
Well, he could have been an inmate.
Whenever.
Walter Thompson is listed as being under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, Stillwater, Minnesota.
Really?
Who?
Walter Thompson.
Right now?
Oh, I got both of those names.
68 years old. Homicide. 65.
He's in prison right now?
65-year-old.
Here?
Under the supervision of the Department of Corrections in MCF, Stillwater, Minnesota.
Right now?
That's crazy.
Homicide from, homicide in 2014.
What the hell?
He's housed here in Stillwater.
Well, that's really fucking strange. We got a
Sentence
real murder convicted murderer who's in prison in this city.
Sentence date was 12/1/14.
Are you trying to tell us about Walter Thompson, the guy who's in prison right now?
It's homicide. Okay, that was pretty weird.
That was creepy.
We didn't really talk a lot about that, but
I have to stop the footage here for a second and talk about how really bizarre this is. Honestly, I can't believe we didn't make a bigger deal about this whole thing. We got the name Walter Thompson on one of our devices, and as it turns out, Walter Thompson is currently incarcerated just a few miles from where we were investigating on murder charges. According to court documents, Walter beat his then-girlfriend to death, his daughter and his sister then helped him try to dispose of the body, and his girlfriend's corpse was found in a local park. Now, this is incredibly strange. I have no idea what this means, but, I mean, there has to be something to this, right?
All right. We want to know, should we go upstairs?
yeah, right away.
Who's upstairs right now? Is there somebody up there? Aruba. Gentleman. There's a gentleman upstairs? What's his name? Clearer?
Do you not want us to go upstairs?
I want to ask again, since you said it, Walter, are you here? Can you say your name, Walter? Do you want us to come upstairs?
It was my turn.
We're gonna go upstairs. Is there anything else you can tell us? We're friends.
It said that
Well, who are you?
Where are you at in the house? Like outside, on this floor, downstairs, where?
Did you die here?
Ooh, that wheel's moving pretty.
How many spirits are here?
It creeps behind you.
Get out of here!
Worship. Dude, more religious stuff. Just run.
Is there someone that we should be afraid of with us here?
Make them tremble.
The fuck was that?
That was weird. Is that on that?
No, it's on here.
Is one of the wardens here that could speak up and tell us your first name?
Oh, just want to go upstairs?
Okay. Bye.
So, at this point, we're gonna head upstairs. Keep in mind, during our tour, she said this area, part of the house, is like not active. It's not the area with all the stories.
But it is still strange how that just started.
I mean, that was incredibly
That
weird.
was interesting.
We've had
was
some
very
really
cool.
good contact and like
Yeah.
the wheel and the candles and the energy.
Right.
Here's
Some
this.
sounds.
Here's this Walter Thompson. If you want to show it, just he's housed in Stillwater Correction Facility.
That is just kind of bizarre.
That is weird.
You see it on your screen?
That's really weird.
All right, we go
Let's
up.
do this. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. So we've come upstairs right now to the children's room. This is the part of this house that employees, the person who gave us the tour earlier, people who walk by the house, they all report as being the most haunted. People see that woman in the windows here. There's the spirits of children, physical stuff that occurs in this room. So this would naturally be kind of a center point for us to start investigating up here. Once again, my name is Colin.
My name's Mary.
My name's Jeff.
My name's Connor.
To anybody up here, including the children. So we were talking to a Walter downstairs, or so we thought. Can somebody, if you're here, make a noise for us? Or if you see any of our lights or hear our voices, come walk towards us. You can even push one of these little balls off that we have set up across the room. We could play games. Or if you're attached to that creepy doll, come on out.
Can somebody knock off one of the balls they have laying around here? Just show us you can do something. Those are easy.
Did you live in this house? Maybe grow up here? Can you come and play with us in this room?
Hello? Is there anybody here at all?
Is this the most active room, supposedly?
The bed in there. There was a younger kid that died from tuberculosis in that
In the
bed. Yeah. Not in this building, but he died in that bed. And the bed was donated here. It's the kid on that painting.
Okay.
And then that kid, that's his dress and his hair.
His dress.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting real sick of this.
There's a noise behind there.
Maybe we should knock the cane like they used to.
Yeah, maybe
Let's
we
do
need
it.
to be a little tougher, like
I think we
wardens.
do. And
He's right
Connor
there.
can do it because his grandpa was a warden.
Wait, hold up.
make like a warden style announcement though, like prisoners get in here.
Come on, prisoners, get in here. I kind of like having a cane.
Oh, there's a cat ball behind you. Probably the king.
Jeff, you started acting up. You started acting up.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna tell you to fall in line, boy.
He's gonna take the cane on you.
What's the quote? Lashings of the cane.
Lashings of the cane.
Or what is it? Ichabod Crane that says that?
Oh,
spare the cane, spare the rod, and spoil the child.
Spare the cane and spoil the man. I don't know.
Oh, we're fucking bored.
Let's edit that out.
Please, Warden, please spare the rod on me.
Holy shit, man.
I beg of you, sir.
Alright, someone just set those devices off. Can you do that again? Oh! What the fuck?
Oh!
Oh, what's that back here, dude?
Oh. That's
Okay, that's insane.
Okay.
Maybe we shoot the DR60?
Yeah.
Want to grab it behind you, Connor? Alright, we're gonna do a DR60 session now and see if we can capture any voices on camera.
Did you hear that?
What?
What was that?
It was really good.
What was that beeping just now, though?
Can you tell me your name, please?
Were you a warden in this house?
Do you still live in the house? What's your name? If you do.
Gertrude, we were told that you still come around this house because you're looking for your son. Are you here with us?
What spirit is haunting that ugly ass doll over there?
Do you like it when we are here in this house?
Anyone that's here, if you're like mad or upset, just like give me your biggest growl or yell into that device. Just let it out.
Why is everybody being so quiet?
Come on, prisoners, fall in line, let's go!
Did that you step on? Back here.
Right before you said that. Right before you
What
said
the f, by the way? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Wait. Right before you said that, I literally heard like someone breathing, like right here. Like,
Here. Maybe I'll do this here.
Is there someone in that room?
hello?
There's a man out.
Okay.
Oh! Back here. Look at
Oh my god.
Back here, come on.
You know, this is getting creepy.
What the f?
My god. It's like when you...
It got knocked over downstairs.
Yeah, it was a loud
10.
bang.
It was like 10 or something to me.
And it's when you got, like, forceful. That's something...
Yeah. Just now again.
Like it could be...
Should we go check downstairs, see what that was?
Well, let's walk out here and just be really quiet for a second.
Okay.
What was that? Dude, that was back here.
What?
A knock on the door. In here.
You didn't hear it?
It was back in here though.
It's like... boom.
Who's in my house right now? Did we just hear you? Please make another noise. Where's the storage on this?
The camera card?
Yeah. The 0 minutes.
How? We're coming back.
Right when we went upstairs.
Oh my god.
With the new battery and sword gear. Oh!
Oh, jeez.
We're back.
Really?
Music box in here or anything? Or?
So we went downstairs, got a new camera battery, or got a new memory card for my camera. And now we're sitting back up in the dark. We still haven't listened to our DR60 session, but those noises were incredibly loud. Wait, did you see a shadow?
I just saw a shadow.
Where was that?
It was right up there.
No,
I saw a shadow.
No, really? Did you see that?
100%.
What the f was that?
I 100%.
No, I agree.
You see that?
I didn't see shit.
Because he was behind you.
Oh! What the f? Oh shit! What
Dude, you want to hold this doll?
the? Dude, this ball up here is going off too.
I don't really want to hold
Oh my god! What the hell? Yes, this cat
it.
ball.
I've got total.
That
Oh my
doll,
god!
too,
Look
guys.
at-
You know what? Since you put that doll in my lap, something's weird. Ugh.
Oh,
Jesus.
Guess you gotta hold it again.
I think you should.
That is a creepy f***ing doll. I'm sorry. Jesus. Ugh.
It's okay, it's just a doll.
The last person
Look at
talked
the cat ball
about
next
It's
to it.
cold.
Oh.
It's really cold.
Who's here with us?
I'm telling you.
Can you tell us your name?
She keeps this doll in the closet because of all the bad shit that happens when it's been out.
Yeah, she
Seriously?
waited to
Yeah.
go back with her on camera to bring
There's
it
a
out here.
different baby doll in this.
Really?
Yeah, she said today it's the bad doll. Apparently it typed
Oh
out a
my
message
God.
on someone's phone that said, "Isn't she cute?"
You cannot enter me. This thing feels creepy as hell. I'm not kidding.
Funny.
No, I'm not kidding you. This doll, if you feel this thing, it's got something emanating from it. And honestly, I'm serious.
No, I know.
I know it's funny, but it's like, this thing's f***ing creepy.
No, I know.
Wait, what's that?
I think my arm hurts.
Did you see that? Wait. There was literally just a flash in front of my my light.
Dude.
Did you see that?
Yes.
It was in front of this. Like in front of my camera light that I'm using. There was like a little black orb that went over you, Jeff.
That was really strange.
Like, what the f?
Arm
Yeah.
hurts, man. Like,
I thought I just heard a voice.
I think let's be quiet.
I know. You need to get in here!
dude, I don't know if I want this thing transferring anything to me. Connor, do you want to hold it?
Nope. I'm holding the camera.
Keep holding it. Ask it to talk to us. Remember, let's try to all be quiet and listen.
I don't want that thing to talk.
Oh my god.
Look at this thing.
What is that?
What is that?
That?
What is that? Is that a baby? Holy shit.
What is that? No, really, what is that?
I don't know.
Rock back and forth?
Is that you?
It's Connor. Something's wrong.
Connor. Dude. Doll, make a noise like a cry or something like that. Oh, God.
I'm so sorry.
I got pain in my shoulder from this thing. What's this thing?
Alright. If there's somebody here, we just heard you downstairs. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
Dude, what the actual
Every time you talk.
What the fuck?
It's like it's scared of you,
Here,
or
I'm gonna
something
put this
happens.
down.
Oh my god, that's actually creepy as hell.
Dude.
Good job.
That thing is evil. I'm not even kidding you.
It's gonna attack you even more if you disrespect it
Yeah,
like that.
they had to put it up because the last person who
Well,
insulted
don't tell me
it.
that.
Literally, they said it in the story.
They were
got-
making fun of how ugly it was.
No.
And,
Yeah,
and
Really?
that's
I
when it started
swear.
messing with them. And so they ended up having to put it away. It was the woman's daughter who was here giving us the tour.
Jeez, criminies.
Remember, it's interesting too. Remember, I called the doll ugly, and that's when stuff really it seemed like started to happen.
You did that now?
He did
Before.
that before we left.
I didn't realize.
And now we came back and you're
And he gave it to
insulting
me.
it. Well,
I'm not
And you
insulting.
picked it up.
I'm not insulting her.
Give her some
you're
love.
so pretty.
I'm not
Yeah.
insulting you. He did. Jesus. Ugh.
I'm not insulting you.
Sorry.
Ugh.
Alright.
So, you interrupted me. Thank you for giving us a sign, but I see you can play with our toys. Can you make a really loud noise like you did before? Oh, what the f?
This is getting freaky. Dude, just when you say that.
And it's just the one by me this time.
No, this one went off too, Colin.
But look, it's the other one's not
Yeah.
going off.
Well,
This one's
that
right
one-
next to me.
That one started going off.
Can you make this stop? Make this stop, please.
Are you affecting these lights?
Yes. Oh, man.
Are you mad that Jeff insulted you?
I did not insult you. I think you're beautiful. Not really, but.
Oh, it's gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry. God dang it.
They can hear you. So.
Anybody that's on camera or watching this, I mean, and you hold this doll in your lap like this and you feel it with your hand, it's like a cold death. The thing is creepy.
Alright, let's try to just sit and listen. I've been trying to do that for 10 fucking minutes. Can you make a noise for us? If you're attached to this doll?
I feel like there's someone up here trying to intimidate us. Is that true?
Hey, doll, make a noise now. Can you move your dress? Move your dress, please. Your arm. Bring your arm forward. God, I swear her chest looks like it's actually breathing. Holy shit.
Can you make a noise or give us some sort of sign that if you want me to put the doll back?
The doll's eyes look so human-like, but the rest of its face just looks so sick.
Oh God.
What the f?
Okay.
Okay, you talked about her.
Oh my god.
This doll is freaking something.
I'm telling you, like, switch cameras with me and zoom in on this doll's face. That's seriously like one of the creepiest dolls.
What's wrong with its hair? Is it like matted?
Isn't that creepy?
Those little teeth.
I know. I noticed that when I zoomed in. It's like it looks like little monster teeth.
Jeff,
What?
you gotta do this now.
What?
Zoom in on its face.
Oh my god. What if it like moves its eyes?
Here,
We each hold it.
zoom in on its face. Look at it.
Oh, the cat ball. When Colin got it.
I think she's kind of cute.
Yeah, she's just a baby doll.
That's creepy as hell.
See its teeth?
Let me see.
It's like this.
Well, I gotta get closer. Oh.
It actually has teeth.
It looks like.
It looks like it's
Renfield.
staring at you.
You ever seen that show with Nicolas Cage that when he's Dracula?
Mm-hmm.
Renfield with his teeth.
Don't its eyes look like hyper realistic though?
Yeah.
Do.
Who was here before?
What would you do if that thing just?
Jeff! Oh, Jeffrey! Come give me a big hug.
Oh, man.
Oh, Jeff.
Sorry, just
You need to
that doll is evil. Look at her.
Jeff,
cat
don't
ball.
say that. It's gonna get mad at
I'll
you.
see you in your dreams later, Jeff. Bye-bye.
Cat ball.
Oh! What
Dude.
the? Yo!
Look at this.
Jeff, it is gonna follow you.
Look at this thing. Oh, what's... I won't mess with that anymore. Dude,
Here.
what?
You
Oh
get
no,
to hold
Connor
her.
gets to
Oh,
hold
yeah,
it.
Connor
I'm
gets it.
on camera.
Here, Connor.
Okay, Connor.
All right, let's before we do the DR60, I really want to hear one more noise. Let's try to see if we can hear anything. Whoever made that noise downstairs, where are you? Can you do that again? If that's the warden, we got prisoners in here that escaped. We need your help.
DR60.
Yeah. Doesn't that feel cold?
It does feel very cold.
It's cold.
I think that was the REM pod.
Absolutely nothing.
Not one voice.
That was strange.
Well, I think it's about time to do the Estes.
What was that?
I don't know.
It's been kind of gotten creepy.
It is.
Yeah. I think, where do they put this doll normally?
In the crib.
Oh, I thought you said they keep her in storage or
Yeah,
something.
they keep her in the closet.
In the closet?
In the very back, she showed us they kept her in like the
They
way
usually
back.
keep her in here. Then all the weird shit started happening when people were insulting her.
So, like, what was the weird stuff that happened? Because we weren't here.
Uh,
Like what? A few things.
Bad vibes.
That string that pulls up and down the shades
Over here?
that fell off. And then it was just on the ledge right there, like coiled up nicely. That happened. Her daughter experienced some weird stuff. Like it typed out on an app, like, isn't she cute? When they were insulting it. It was just like a accumulation of just a bunch of weird stuff. So they switched it out and put a different doll in here. Kept that one back in the very, very back storage closet.
She just brought it out tonight for
Yes.
us.
She's like, this is the good doll in here. And I was like, is there a bad doll? She's like, oh yeah, there's a bad doll.
Wow. that doll, it's bad.
What?
Did you open the door of the basement?
No.
We've never even ever noticed that, dude.
No.
Huh? Did you?
No.
Wide open basement.
That's weird.
Wait, where?
Weird.
Where?
Right when
It's
you
I've been filming B-roll since you were
Right next to the gear room.
Wait, let's go look at
You
it.
can't miss
You
it.
didn't do it?
No.
No, we walked in, I was like, what the f is that?
All
I like shined my light down there,
Yeah.
I'm like, this looks f***ing crazy.
Missed it.
Alright, let's go look at it.
Missed it.
I didn't even know there was a basement.
You didn't
She
use a
didn't-
flashlight.
Do you have a light? I don't have my phone.
Oh, it's just
We have a light down there.
That's f***ing creepy.
Yeah. Look out for this corner. Wow. This is exactly how it was. That's exactly how it was.
Oh, what?
Look, look at.
Look how f***ing creepy.
I mean, look at that.
Oh, what the hell?
That door was f***ing open just like that.
Yeah, this has not been open all night.
We've been walking through here all the
Was
time.
this the sound that we heard?
No, I mean, this wasn't open like 10 minutes ago when we were down here.
No.
But we've been walking like the other way.
Yeah, but still.
around.
When we were doing the TikTok was after the sound though, and I shot footage of Mary through here.
I mean,
This
something.
had to have just happened.
Something.
freaky
And she
looking
didn't.
basement.
She didn't talk to you about this when you did your tour.
No.
So wait, so you just came down here to get that light, and this was just sitting?
No,
open?
when we came downstairs, we walked through this way, and then we came in with those battery packs. I was like, what the f is this? And
I mean,
I
I-
looked down, I'm like, oh shit, it's a basement.
I mean, we didn't.
That's
I think we
creepy
would
as
have
hell.
even noticed it from over here.
I remember we were even talking about it earlier, like, is there like an attic or a basement?
Yeah, I said, asked her, is there an attic or a basement or?
Well, let me see.
You
again.
said
We're like, I
no.
don't
You
know.
said no.
Well, I didn't. I mean, she didn't mention this. That looks
Okay,
very
so it's
scary.
like-
Wanna go down there?
You should close it once and see what it's like.
Like, close it.
Yeah.
No entry.
No entry.
No entry. entry.
It's even more freaky. Yeah, what the f?
Could that be?
No entry?
Is this? Okay, wait a second though. Look at this.
I'm talking. That might
Come
have been
on.
the sound that we heard.
What about this?
Oh, what?
Because if they don't want entry,
I mean, don't shut it all the way.
no, but that's just gonna keep it closed.
But the spring was on.
Yeah, that was off. That is probably what came off.
Or we could have heard it before opening, and then that's what slammed. Because it sounded like me to a door, like it opened, then the spring came off or something. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna walk down and get a shot.
Wow. So why would they have no entry? Have that.
Oh, there's a baby doll down here.
No.
And mannequins. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, this is creepy, dude. Holy shit, guys. This hey! Dude, I'm not even shitting you. This is like a scene out of a horror movie. Dude, I'm not kidding. You guys gotta come down here and look at this.
Really?
Bro, this is like, it looks like a horror film.
I don't want that to be closed.
Oh, dude, look at this. Come down here. Look at this. Like, what the hell is all this shit?
This is where
And this door was open. Hold this. Look at that chair down there. We gotta go see what that chair is.
This is where we're locked down here.
I know. This is
Come back and lock us in here.
I mean, look at all these. Look at these right here. These naked dolls.
Like making suits out of skin.
What the hell is this shit? There's like dolls everywhere. I know. We gotta go see what this chair is, man. Hold on. Oh. Oh my god.
Why are all these mannequins here? Reason?
These chairs? And dude, what is up with this? Tell me this isn't f***ing creepy, dude. Come over here with the light. Bro. I mean, this is legit, like, very creepy.
Look at that bat. What is that? I don't know, what is that?
Creepiest part of the house.
I mean, dude, these mannequins and, like, these dolls everywhere. And the fact that the door was open. Like, what the hell, man?
What's up? Look at this piano.
I don't know.
Glow stick.
I thought I heard a noise back there.
Glow stick. Look at that.
Like, it's like a thing of body parts. Oh, what was that? What was that? No, what was that? I'm serious. What? Did you guys move something? Hold up. I don't have a light. Hold up. I don't have a light. What the f was that noise? Wait. Ask a question.
Okay, I don't know.
Hello?
Oh my shit! Oh my god! Oh. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! No! Dude, I'm upstairs!
Oh my god.
Dude, that was terrifying.
Holy shit! Did you hear that?
Yes! What happened?
All three of us!
So wait, Connor and
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I'm like,
Oh my
how
god!
does that door open? It's wide open. You
I
have to
looked
see
down
it.
it and I'm like, oh shit, that's a basement.
It's a basement, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god!
It's wide open.
Uh-huh.
And so Colin goes, and the spring that holds it closed was just hanging there, right?
Oh.
That's probably what we heard, that really big bang before. Like that came the spring, boom, and he went down and looked. It's like a house of horrors down there. There's all
There's
mannequins,
naked baby dolls everywhere.
all kinds of crap like that. And then we were coming up.
There was a noise. I don't know what it was.
A noise first. Colin comes up. Hey,
It sounded like a piece of wood got thrown at us.
Yeah, like something like that.
And then he comes upstairs. Hey, wait, I don't want to be back. And he gets to the very top, and then a huge boom down there.
Really?
Right when we asked.
Oh my god.
You said ask something. Ask something
to make a noise.
before I could even say anything. Boom!
Oh.
We stopped the door. We left.
I could hear you from way up here. Jeez.
It's scary, man. It's still.
Thank God we brought a camera down.
I know.
Oh my god.
The thing is it's still there.
I know.
I mean, this might be funny. Yeah. Well, shit, whatever happened, it's there right now.
I know. Hold up. Let's go down with Mom and just sit and ask a question before we do this Esther's.
Yeah, I gotta see it.
So I gotta get. That noise was creepy.
Holy shit.
Okay, now we got the real camera, Mom. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. Show Mary like how the door was. Show her how the door was. And 100%, we would notice this door.
And look, it's closed.
Yeah, but it's that spring.
No entry.
Okay, but it was like this.
But that was the thing, like,
It was like
the
this.
door was open. And we're
Really?
like,
Yeah.
but the spring
This
was
was
off of
This
it.
was off.
Oh
hanging
my
over there.
Like, it was like this.
Because I came in and I said, hey, wait, look at this door. It's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we came back in with our stuff. We're like, what is this door? And Connor said,
Well, like, if you turn the light off, like, turn this light off. Like, I just walked by, I'm like, oh, is that a closet? And then I looked down, like, oh, that's a basement.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, this door's never been open.
That was not
noticed it.
open.
I just shined my light down there and I was like, holy shit, that's fucking scary.
Oh my
And that's
God.
when we came upstairs.
Yeah.
Then we came back down and we're like,
And I put this. I put the spring back on.
I'm like,
Because
Gosh, how could that come?
look, they don't want this open, right?
No.
And so it's like this. You close it, but it was literally like this. So then I just grabbed the spring. Holy. This is creepy as shit down here.
Dude, that clip of the three of us. Oh my god.
Jesus.
He's jumpy.
Well, it's fucking right here by the basement. Oh. There.
All right.
This is how it's supposed to be. So it keeps it closed. Let's show her.
Ooh.
Because I'm telling you.
show her down there.
Yeah, just go first.
I'll stay up here.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's creepy.
And we just had our phone light.
That's really creepy.
Okay, look at. Maybe something got thrown at us here.
There's a piece of wood right there.
Where? Oh shit,
floor.
there is. Holy shit. Gotta come out of the ceiling or something. Oh.
Hey, let's ask.
Go back here, Mary.
You gotta see that little doll back there.
Ooh, yikes.
Isn't this like eerie?
That's really creepy. Ooh. Is there someone here with us?
Can you throw a piece of wood or something again at us?
A rock?
Anything?
Connor!
Yeah?
Stay still for a second.
Okay.
Again, can you throw a stick or a piece of wood or a rock or anything at like you did the first time we were down here? We brought Mary with us.
Oh, I feel like someone just tugged my shirt. Oh, that was creepy actually. Mary asked him.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
What the? It's like a horror. It's like a.
It's creepy down here.
Body parts.
If you are here with us, can you like grab my hand or touch our hair? let us know that you're here?
Can you move something down here like you just did? It's so quiet. Oh my god, that was so scary.
But it happened when we were walking out.
I know.
When I said this, it's like, Tubby, shut something through right here. Actually, my legs are weak.
That's gonna be the best clip so far of the three of us.
And what we have on this camera.
No, the VHS will be kind of even funnier, honestly.
Wow.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video, let's smash that like button, and comment the Dollhouse in the comment section below. I'm gonna give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much and stay spooky. All right, so we have arrived at our Estes session. This has been a very, very interesting evening, from kind of not having much, all of a sudden having a lot up here, and then that really frightening moment in the basement just now. Yeah. So we're doing another dual Estes tonight. This time, it'll be my mom, Mary, and I going under. We're right next to the bed where this guy died. And we've got these candles set up, so hopefully you guys can ask during the session to like manipulate the candle next to the person you're talking to or something like that.
Okay.
But let's try to figure out what's in the basement, I think. All right.
What about that doll?
Huh?
That doll.
Oh yeah, you should bring the doll in here too.
Doll is like,
Will you grab it? Mothers are great for. It's time.
what's the doll's name? What's your name, doll?
Hey, Evan. You're a disappointment. I swear. Like a deep male. They're all coming.
It seemed like towards the end there was something here that was trying to scare us. What was
Anomaly. Take everybody off.
that? Take everybody off of what?
Big girl.
Do you live in the basement?
I can do it by myself.
Who lives in the basement?
Your knees.
Cotton time.
Have we been speaking,
You have energy.
Have we been speaking with the spirit of a warden that used to live here?
Thinking.
Mm-hmm. 4 things.
There's 4 different spirits we've been speaking with?
You can bank that.
Huh?
Get out.
What's the...
3.
Go hard.
3. Who lives in the basement? Who's in the basement that was trying to scare us?
Richard? Something like that. Is Gertrude here?
Where is he?
Look behind you.
And Gertrude's in the room behind us?
Callista.
All gone.
I'm gonna push you back.
You're gonna push
Come
Jeff back?
Come on back. Visit the something.
Were you trying to scare us a little while ago in the basement?
Boat rides.
Does the spirit in the basement have anything to do with the doll?
Click it.
They live in all of them.
They live in all of them? The dolls?
Really?
Well, that's
You'll
what-
thank me later.
They?
Leave them alone.
Who is they?
Gotta go.
Who lives in all the dolls?
You know.
Who? Who lives in the dolls?
Who's they?
You literally just said that.
Those are low numbers.
Heavyweight.
Do you like the dolls?
Susan, Becky, Stacy.
Susan, Becky, and Stacy.
Yes.
Hey, fellas.
Hello.
Hey.
Running around.
Oh, Jeff.
Hello.
I swear I just heard Browen. Dude, I just heard your full name, dude. Jeff Browen.
Cold weather.
Who's asking for me?
He is.
Who's he?
He's scary.
Who is this? He.
The goat.
The goat.
And drugs.
Why are you asking
Dragon.
for me?
Oh, look at you.
Do you not like Jeff?
Not good.
Help me leave. Maximize energy.
Can you manipulate one of those
Franklin.
candle lights behind you? Can you make the light flicker or get longer?
How long have you lived in here for?
Checked.
I don't live here.
I don't either. Do you? Who are we talking to?
James.
There is a James.
Like in
You're dead.
here?
Yeah, there.
Got a control.
I think there was a James Warren. Warden. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's James the Warden that we've been speaking with.
Pray for me.
Are you okay?
Sickly.
This kid died from
Pray for
tuberculosis.
me.
Cough. Is this the spirit of
Lay down.
the young man that died in this bed?
Dude, I
I
feel
heard it
cold
again.
on the back
Lay
of
down.
my neck all of a sudden.
Lay down.
It's very bizarre. It's like someone's like touching me.
Are you here?
Lay
Who
down.
died?
Lay down on this one too.
Life is short.
This kid died when he was 21.
He died.
So
21.
this is the spirit of this young man in the painting.
There's so many of them.
The young man.
Two-
Oh, he fell ill.
He fell ill.
What do you want us to know? The young man that died.
Cold.
It was in your heart.
I'm sorry you passed away
Lincoln.
at such a young age.
Long legs.
What do you want us to know?
I keep hearing like chicka chicka.
It's on your shoulder. They've been waiting for this
Tickets.
moment.
Who
Ticket
has
on the
been
boat.
waiting for this
Yeah.
moment?
Can't go.
Catapult?
The little one.
Can't go.
Ha ha.
Who was in the basement? Who was scaring
Like they're
us?
going down.
From Chicago.
He was from Chicago?
She killed us.
Mother.
Little
A
kid.
little girl.
Is there a little kid
My arms got bony.
connected? Is there a little kid connected to this doll right here?
What is that? It was like a little kid sound.
What's your name that's connected to this doll? It sounds like a little girl. Can you tell us the name that's connected to this doll?
Daisy.
Daisy.
Gertie.
Daisy, how old are you?
Gertie.
Gertie? That's the mom.
Really?
Yeah, that's the mom that's like haunted this place.
Seriously?
That's looking for.
Where's my mother, man?
Is this Winston?
It's flipping, man.
Winston, is that you?
We weren't here for that.
Grew up slow.
Gertie was the name.
Gertie's the woman in the picture in that room.
Take the train.
They said that she's.
Or the
she
boat.
haunted this. She haunts this house because she's looking for her son Winston.
Wow, Mary didn't know that. That's crazy.
Go poop.
I did go poop.
We know that. We might strike that off the
Not gonna lie.
Gertie, can we help you find Winston?
Thank you so much. Listen, people.
I just heard like, Mama.
There was.
How old was Winston?
He was like.
Young?
He was young.
Yeah.
He's coming up there.
Gertie, are you here yet? Were you trying to find Winston?
Girl.
Ring her.
Is Winston here with us?
Tap the stick.
She's holding me.
Is Winston's spirit connected to this doll?
Oh, yeah.
Only one.
Gregory. Hide.
Is there a connection, though, with Winston to this doll? Like,
The river runs through it.
right by the Mississippi. Who's here right now? It seems like you keep coming.
I'm hearing a lot.
Okay, but who? Someone come through and tell us who you are.
The one in chains. Is anyone there?
Are you a
You
prisoner?
picked me up.
The one in chains? Are you
Got
talking about
hurt?
a prisoner?
I just hear strike.
Little
Strike.
Shank. Got to remove him.
Is either one of any of the wardens here at all? Could you step forward and tell us your name? One of the wardens?
They're asleep.
Warden's.
Having dreams. That was weird. They're asleep. Having dreams.
Caves. Like I heard
Cave back there.
caves.
Ugh, I'm feeling like someone like tickling my head.
So
There's somebody innocent like a kid.
do you live in the cave behind the house? That was an enemy.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
You do live in the cave. What do you do in the
Sounds like
cave?
someone's touching me.
Are you touching Colin right now?
Running my finger.
Who is touching
Cold
Colin?
weather coming.
She's like that. Like, the cave is cold.
Mm-hmm.
What if we don't stop?
Stop
Fortitude.
what?
Down low.
Who was in the basement?
Shoes.
Who was in the basement that was scaring us? Trying to.
Jesus.
Bells ringing.
That's where he's been.
Oh, I just heard like a bleh, like a vomit noise.
Mary seems kind
It's me.
of doesn't feel well. Yeah, something was right there.
Tired.
It's like the doll got tired and
Mhm.
she's slouched.
Is there anything you want to tell us about this house that might not
Safety.
be known?
It took me.
The house took you?
Not the same.
So, who lives?
They did.
Who lives inside this doll?
Braids.
Who controls this doll? What's
Oh my god, that just scared me. That just touched me. Oh my god.
How come?
Oh, something in your leg.
Can you tell us what spirit lives inside this doll?
It's too heavy.
I feel like someone's touching my neck again. Bye, Buff.
I'm hot.
How many spirits live in this house?
Check the materials. 80.
80 spirits live in this house?
I don't know who's...
Go.
God, that doll's
Natural habitat.
I don't know
You're-
where to go with this 'cause it's different stuff.
Cold.
Is the spirit in the doll have good or bad intentions?
I mean, look, guys, you know, it's a fiend.
Fiend?
Underwater.
underwater.
Always there, always hair.
Son of a gun.
Looks pretty.
Can you tell me how many people are trying to talk right now? Because I feel like there's a lot.
Oh, dude, he's under the house.
Let's
Like
start.
clear. He's under the house.
Fuck. Who's he?
My
In
mom.
the basement.
Yeah.
Ugh, that gave me a chill.
Who's
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
Who's the he you're talking about?
Who's under the house?
He's moaning.
Big boss. Not going.
Is this doll good or evil?
You're a moron.
Smart.
Insulting me back. Yeah.
Go.
Do you like that people come visit this
Mickey.
house?
Goat.
I'm drunk.
Buffoon.
Getting like insults.
Mhm.
Insults, right? So you're not really a good person.
Ah.
Good
Tomorrow
spirit.
morning I'll see you.
The doll's gonna follow you home, Jeffrey.
You can't follow any of this home. No way.
Oh, I just heard like a.
Are you gonna follow Jeff?
No. Well, you need
They
to
look
stay here.
ugly.
Charles. By the way, that was Charles with the British accent. Charles.
Is there anything you want us to know before we leave tonight?
Look at me, boy.
I'm looking.
Run
Where
away.
are you?
Who are we talking to?
Tall hands.
Tall
Ooh, tall hands.
Look at the
Long nails. He really liked them.
Chains.
James?
The puppeteer. Oh my god, I heard the puppeteer and then I heard, oh god, Geppetto. Like the f***ing guy from Pinocchio. How, that's kind of really
No
weird.
guy. No
Remember you said you were gonna
cot.
attach
Cots.
strings of the doll and make it
Mm-hmm.
The fiber of discussion. Thank God for the
Wooden.
whole.
Like wooden door.
probably the basement getting door.
Yeah.
So you were down in the basement when you say the door, the wooden door. Was that you? Who are you?
The Minnesota Stalker.
Coily.
Cartoon.
Ugh, I got a weird shot on my neck. Man. I keep getting
I
it.
feel like we're not getting like
Must
I knew you in 8th
coherent
grade.
answers.
No, they're all
Like it's a lot of people trying to speak with us.
bored.
We don't have
Freak.
much more time in this house.
I'm a little minority.
I think there's
Save a penny.
some prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
We're both emo. You can call me Rick.
Cigarette.
Wow.
Well, we're gonna be going here in a second. You have one last chance to tell us something.
Thank you very much. Great job, boy.
That sounds like a warden.
Mm-hmm.
Get a girl.
There's no,
Yeah, we're not going to be here much longer, so
My time.
we really want to know like who inhabits
Nice meeting
this
you.
house.
I don't know.
But I think you do know. Can you step forward, the person that really is in this little doll?
stop playing games.
Sprinkles.
Olivia.
Oh, that's where we stayed last night.
Yeah.
Yep, you're included.
All right, this is your last chance to tell us something.
I get it. I am cussing.
Mm-hmm.
I just keep getting like,
Children.
go,
Everything.
go,
It's been kind of.
go.
All right, well, we're going to get going. It was really nice talking to you.
You'll get shot through the
Good luck.
head.
But
Well,
bagpipe,
I think that's...
It's not
I
safe.
think we're kind of, it's open. The portal's kind of open.
coins.
It's getting a little more nasty.
Alcohol.
All right, well,
Girls.
really appreciate you talking with us. We'll be going.
Yeah.
One last chance.
There's one thing left.
What is it?
Hold her down.
Like,
Don't let her.
Hold her down, Blake. What is she gonna do?
I heard like a kid like, ha ha.
Kick. Hold her down, Blake. What she gonna do? Kick. What?
Scoobow's her name? Scoobao?
fracking.
Okay, just pull them out.
I think we're asking them to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna wrap
So
this
tight.
up. So anything you want to tell us before we go? We're not coming back. So what do you want us to know?
Go.
Okay.
Kill the doctor.
Okay.
We got a doctor. That's the first word we got.
Prisoner.
Flunky.
Okay.
Tooth.
I think we're gonna go. Thanks for communicating with us, and you can't follow us home or
Chain.
Good times.
anything. Okay.
No.
Chain.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Jeez, that thing's loud.
I know. How long was
Yours
that?
hurt.
20 minutes?
Dude, I was hearing.
my
Were you hearing a lot of voices?
I was.
There was a ton of voices coming
Yeah.
through.
And
My-
you guys,
Dude, that was creepy, man.
we had like I think everybody come through.
Yeah, Gertie, the Winston, the child, a few of the wardens.
The guy died. The guy died here. This guy.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
This
Really?
guy came through,
Yeah.
and it was like y'all were going
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
forth.
Really?
talking.
Really?
Yeah.
Prisoners. Prisoners.
Nice.
Weird.
Definitely.
And this thing just got like super heavy.
Yeah.
Like
We
at
were-
one point I'm just like,
we
oh.
couldn't quite get who inhabits the spirit of that doll and who is downstairs, you know. But you had some growls, kind of like
Wow.
low voices. There's a lot. There's like a lot.
It was weird. It was like, I was asking who we were speaking to, and it said like I was sick. I'm like,
Yeah.
are you the kid that died in this bed? And both of you said lay down.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Freaky.
And then I got sick again, I think. And then Colin was like,
Really?
this kid died of
yeah.
tuberculosis.
Oh my god.
He
We
died
both-
from tuberculosis
Yeah.
in this bed.
Creepy.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. We both said that at the same time.
Between that and this. I think it's time
You
to go.
kind of you made out this kind of exhale like oh.
Really?
You slumped back in the chair and then you left the doll slide back on your.
Oh.
You
This
let
thing was loud.
the doll slid. You held the doll like slid it back on your legs,
Oh my
and then you were like you slumped down like.
Really?
That scared the shit out of me.
Really?
It touched my leg.
Really?
Yeah,
Little
yeah.
doll's hand.
Oh
he
my
freaked
God.
out, but I said Mary doesn't look very well.
Oh. I was feeling like drained.
But the bottom line was there was like
There's a
a
lot.
ton of
Gertie came
Spirits.
through looking for a kid.
like
Really?
It's
And
like,
it was like Winston is the kid in the doll.
Oh.
like one after the other.
That got really interesting.
That's
Boy,
very
from
cool.
the night when we started.
Wow.
Now when you think back, like holy,
Yeah.
it's like a blur now to me.
That's
I thought, oh man,
crazy.
this place, there's nothing here. And then that place went berserk. And then that freaking basement.
Right.
That was some of the scariest shit I've had for a while.
I can't wait to watch that footage.
We gotta ask Heidi about the basement.
Yeah, I know.
That door being open and stuff. Oh, anyway.
Well.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
So, back here behind the warden's house, this is where we're ending our investigation. This cave is the source of a persistent local legend that has no technical history. We were just talking to her about this. This is called informally the Trustee Cave. So, according to, lore in the town and local legend, a trustee who was at the prison, a trustee is like a very trusted inmate, they would be allowed to come live and work at the warden's house and live in this cave. And apparently it was like a highly sought after position that a guy, even according to legend, got out of prison and came back because he wanted to stay working here and living here. But there are no names associated with this story. And so we brought these flowers. They're fake flowers, but not much choice here in winter Minnesota for fresh flowers. And we just wanted to memorialize these people who died unfairly at the prison, the wardens who were very honest, some of them, and put in, hard life's work to make life better for these people. And everyone who unfortunately passed right 100, 200 feet away. It's kind of creepy. You want to take a look before you put these down? Look at this in there.
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that creepy?
It's very creepy.
Imagine living in
A little cave in. Kind of sick. Full Ford. Yeah. I guess it's better than the 5x7 cells that they were in at this prison.
Yeah, hey, when I was cleaned out, it's a big space.
So, I'm gonna put these down. Those flowers are our gift to you, the unknown trustee, any spirits that may be here. We want to thank you for coming out and speaking with us. We're so appreciative, and if there is somebody here, if there's somebody in the warden's house property, we're very thankful that you came out and spoke with us, and hopefully you're having a very happy afterlife.
Thank you to anyone who was speaking to us tonight, all the nice spirits, even some of the not so friendly ones. We really appreciate you coming out and speaking to us. You don't have to, but you did, and that makes us happy. So we thank you.
Yes, I agree with Connor, and thank you for speaking with us and just welcoming us into the home. And it was a great location, a great night, and thank you for letting us in.
Again, not much more for me to add to these guys, what they've just said. Thanks to everyone coming out and speaking to us. We appreciate it. I enjoyed it, and thank you if you hear me.
All right, good.
All right.
Well, we did it, y'all.
We sure did.
That was
We did it,
great.
man.
Okay.
That was a fun night.
Hello.
You gotta hear about this. Go from idea to illustration faster with generative AI in Adobe Illustrator. Generate custom graphics, create seamless patterns, and instantly fill shapes with detail and color. Try Illustrator today. You won't be sorry.
On tonight's episode, we're at one of the most haunted places in all of America, the completely abandoned Norwich Asylum here in Norwich, Connecticut.
So we did electric shock therapy, lobotomies, sterilizations. I don't go in that building alone. I don't. I will never be in that building alone again.
So somebody tried to murder you while you were here a year or two ago.
Yeah, June 4th, 2022.
That's crazy.
I know.
So there were two here in this building alone? A month.
A month.
Wait, where did that
I just
come
saw
from?
the thing. I just saw the thing, Kyle. Holy crap, I just saw the thing. Is that my smoke?
Oh my gosh.
Please be with us this evening as we visit a place that truly has been touched by an unspeakable darkness.
Was that door open last time?
We don't like investigators.
Yo, what the bro? Something just came in here. Both Connor and I just have a really bad feeling right now.
I'm here.
Scream.
No.
On tonight's episode of the Paranormal Files, we're at one of the most haunted and most terrifying places in all of America, the completely abandoned Norwich Asylum here in Norwich, Connecticut. This building is incredibly creepy, with thousands of deaths having happened here, experimental surgeries and procedures being done on the patients, and all sorts of terrible and torturous things happening on this campus. It's no wonder this place is known as being one of the most haunted spots on the entire East Coast. So join us tonight on this very scary and exciting episode of the Paranormal Files. I just have to tell you guys, we haven't done a true abandoned building like this in a long time, and this is horrifying. We are really right now out, completely exposed. Anybody could come in here at any time. There's no security for us. There are no gates here on the property. We've already been warned that anybody... Are you f***ing kidding me, bro? The moment I said that, look at someone just... Huh. You see that? No fucking way, right when I said that. So anybody could be breaking in at any time. This is a dangerous investigation. I want to warn everybody watching online, please do not attempt to replicate the actions you see in this film. Do not do what we're doing right now, because this is about to get intense. Also, to add in here, the property manager was almost murdered here at this very property right over there less than 2 years ago. So anyways, let's buckle in. Welcome to the Paranormal Files. All right, guys, so we today are at one of the scariest places in all of America. Ooh, the Norwich Asylum here in Norwich, Connecticut. Now, this is a place that I've heard about from pretty much everybody I know that investigates the paranormal, and every single person has said that this place has some of the most terrifying, intense energy of really any building in the United States. So, I know it's been a long time since we've done an asylum.
It's been a really long time.
Yeah, almost a year. And we didn't even do it for our own channel. We did Penhurst with Project Fear. That was our last asylum.
And that was an interesting one.
Definitely, I will say, it is a very, very spooky looking day right now. With the cemetery right when I said that. Oh shit, bro, there's a building right there.
Look at this.
Oh god, dude. Oh my god, that's dope. Holy shit. Bro, this is
You think that's a part of it?
Yeah. Did you see that other? Look at, dude, this is all part of it. Oh my god. That is creepy.
Like,
Oh shit, here we f***ing go, man. Look to your right. Oh my god, I didn't even see that one.
And all back here too.
Oh f***. Dude. Here we
Oh shit, there's a guy right there.
Huh? What the f*** is that?
Oh, I guess he works here. He's closing the gate.
Well, oh my god, bro.
This does remind me of Penhurst.
This is spooky, dude. Holy shit. Well,
alright.
Wow. Alright, man. This is fucking creepy. Just us two alone in here tonight? God. Alright. I guess.
I mean, Norwich Asylum. This place, definitely one of the creepier spots on this trip that we did. Just how dark it is. And it's asylum. So many dark things have happened in there, even when it was in operation. Murders. I mean, the caretaker was telling us 2 a month on average. That's a lot of death that has happened in this place. And that was just in one building. I mean, the history of this place is absolutely insane. The history still is going on to this day. I mean, we don't know. If we go in there, we might get murdered. And I feel like that's very, very scary.
Yeah, no shit. Norwich Asylum. A place some people that I know personally claim to be the scariest location they've ever investigated. Now, the history of asylums is just terrible. With the treatment of people back in the day, how they viewed mental illness and mental disorders and the practices that went on in these places. I mean, it's just savage and just brutal. So with a place like Norwich that's been abandoned for a while now, and a place where things like eugenics took place, where experimental procedures happened, and a lot of the records have been lost, there's hundreds, thousands of souls that are confined to those buildings. I don't know how we can help them, but we definitely wanted to talk to them. And I mean, just rolling up there that day, it was a cold, stormy, windy day. And there was a chill in the air. There was something wrong. Something wrong from the very beginning. I mean, just recently, the woman who manages the property, Shannon, she had an attempt on her life. Locals who are angry about the ghost hunting that goes on there literally fired shots at her with a gun while she was sitting at the front door of the asylum where our tour started. So obviously we were a little on edge, but this historical tour is crazy interesting. It's crazy dark. Viewer discretion is advised for this because it gets disturbing and it's pretty sad, but let's check into the asylum.
Hi, welcome. I'm Shannon, and I'm the caretaker at Norwich State Hospital. And we are standing in front of the Lippitt building, which was built in 1921, and it was the second psychopathic building in the country that specifically treated mental health issues. And we're gonna take a tour. Check out.
Probably.
Norwich Asylum.
Alright, so now we have to watch it. This building is in disrepair. Unfortunately, a lot of leaky issues here. So if you know, Norwich State Hospital is a criminally insane hospital. It opened in 1904, October 10th exactly, and it closed on October 10th, 1996. We treated the criminally insane through 1971. And both of those buildings shut down. They were the first to go. And we had, after 1921, when this building was built, this would be the very first stop that anyone who was committed here would come. And specifically, it was to give tests, x-rays to rule out any physical injury. And they went through a whole system in here to make sure to see what was going on in their head. They would stay here, but it was also for treatment during their stay as well. So we did electric shock therapy, They did lobotomies, sterilizations for eugenics, and everything was like the hub was this building right here. And it shut down as a psychopathic building in 1979 and then turned into a methadone clinic for the hospital. Our main intersection right here, if you scroll down this way, that would be to the men's ward. And then, so they're marked off by little corridors that are they're open now, but they're interesting. And then to the, behind you here, that would be the female side. And then straight to the back is where the fun begins, I guess you could say.
What kind of fun are we talking about here?
Well, it depends if you're very interested into the history. If you know lobotomies.
Yeah.
So we know, like, with the history of mental health, and everyone talks about how abusive everything was, and they focus on the abuse back in the day, but I like to say in hindsight is 2020. You know, going back into those days in the 1800s, early 1900s, you have no knowledge. You have to figure it out. So these experiments that we say is horrible now, obviously back then, they were trying to help people. They didn't have anesthesia like we have. They didn't have the knowledge that we have now, and we still do experimental treatments. The issue is they didn't have consent. If you were committed, if you were any kind of mentally defective is the terminology they would use, you did not have the right to consent to anything. Consent laws didn't happen in the state in the country until the 70s. And so now that's our big difference. Now we can elect to be a part of any experimental procedures. Back then they didn't. 90% of the women who were committed to most asylums, especially here, were for hysteria, meaning they had their period and their husbands didn't like it, or they were just emotional. They were in for that, and schizophrenia. They treated them with hydrotherapy most of the time. We can get into that, but we had multiple lobotomies, which if you want to see the lobotomy room, we'll start there and then we'll get going. I have not seen this that's flooded into the wall. So it's very simple. This is your lobotomy room if you want to get a shot.
Ugh.
Yeah. This is pretty bad too. It has not been like this. I've never actually seen it.
I told you it's moist.
I've never seen it in this shape. The windows, the ceiling, the roof has slipped. So sadly, it's not. We still have a rug.
Yeah. It's absorbed some of the water.
It's very, very absorbent, yes. So if you come in here, when we first started, when I was exploring here and we first started cleaning, this was all covered with drywall and plaster. We found subway tile behind one of the walls, and we're like, let's see what this is. So we knocked down the walls and uncovered all of this here. And all of these valves I wanted to salvage, so I removed them. They're all in my house. Everything, a lot of stuff from this hospital is in my house, and no, my house isn't haunted, unfortunately. We've had some weird things, but no. So people have just recently smashed out those windows. Those windows were good. But we have, if you want to see, this would be kind of cool. I can send it to you too. So this is where, let me do this real quick, if I can find it. We have a before and after, and there's pictures from this room. So if you're standing right here,
wow,
that's the exact room. So that's how they would do their procedures. You have the nook there, and then the door here. And the coolest thing is when we were uncovering this, we saw there were boots in this wall when we opened it up. And there's an old, going back to 600 BC, they had an old tradition where you would put boots. When you, in any kind of structure, you would close in boots somewhere in the wall, and it was usually the central location or any location where they felt would trap evil in and make sure that the evil wasn't going into the homes or something like that. And they're usually shoes or any kind of boots, shoes that were formed to a living person at one time. So it was definitely really old. I'm not sure exactly where they were boots from about 1921 in that area. So I feel that when they remodeled it for the methadone clinic, because they put up a lot of new walls, that they moved them into this room. And it was kind of ironic that it was the lobotomy room that they used the most, but those are also in my house because my whole goal was if we got to save this building, I would move them into another room, but it doesn't look like we're gonna be able to do that. So the lobotomies, if you know that it was, they would basically put you into electric shock first, and then you're out, basically. And pretty much an ice pick. An ice pick and a hammer is what they would just pop right into your eye. And they would just dissect, they would move it around. It was meant to cut into certain areas, and they thought it would help you. Thought it would help you get through any kind of mental problems that you were having. It most of the time just caused you to be brain dead in a sense, so it didn't work out too well. We did a lot. At the very beginning, we did an electric shock therapy treatment that was so severe that it would dislocate shoulders and spines. They ended up stopping that method because it was so dangerous that sometimes people couldn't even move anymore. It would break their backs. So they did cease that altogether, but everything else. So there was about, I think they said there was only 56 lobotomies that actually occurred in this hospital. I feel that that number is a lot higher than what they claim to be. Same with the sterilizations, just because a lot of the records that they found from patients.
Oh my gosh, you just scared me, bro.
A lot of the records that have been found afterwards, when you go in, the patients' families can go and find them. They were missing key chunks of time periods where patients went in with their teeth, but then they had their teeth removed, but those sections are not in there in the records. So that was a big area. If you're missing months of paperwork, then obviously something was going on and that they're not going to do. But
am I tripping out? Did you see that door just move?
It's the wind that keeps going.
Oh, I just looked up and I saw it.
I mean, you never know. Who knows?
There you go.
It's so sad.
It's
like seeing a building that was like so beautiful at one point just to be destroyed by people.
It's being destroyed like this, and then weather. They were boarded up originally. And then we're on a wetlands, and right behind us is the Thames River, and how it comes down. Everything is just the water, the coal ash that pushed through. We had a hurricane that came in that really pushed a lot of coal ash. And Connecticut is the only state in the country that does not allow you to reuse or repurpose coal ash, so you have to have it removed from the field completely, which this one over here is going to be about $1.9 million just on this section alone. That doesn't include the $30 million that they spent over on the Preston side. So that's why it takes so long just to demolish a building or anything. This hospital itself, the state, when they had it after they closed, they left the water on, but they shut the heat off. So we know how that kind of works when everything busts open and you have asbestos, it's leaking everywhere. It's contaminated in the ground, it's everywhere. So you have all the issues, neglect, people breaking in. The state sat on it so long, they never did anything with it. So it's their issue. Like the state, they're the reason why the patients were failed to begin with. They don't fund it, and then they're also the reason why the buildings remain in such disrepair and they can't be reused. So, okay, so
I know, it just looks so eerie.
But that door was actually not broken. Yeah, okay, so it's just the wind, but
That's what they all say.
it's just the wind. It's just the wind.
So I just want to bring something out to demonstrate to everybody online. Connor, you can get a shot of that. This is an actual lobotomy pick. So this is what they would have driven into people's heads, into their brains while they were at the asylum. I mean, I cannot imagine a steel rod like that inserted through your eye and hit with that metal hammer puncturing your skull and your tissue and your brain cells. I mean, it's just horrific that they did this to people. When you see this in person, it's about the size of my forearm, and I'm 6'2". I'm a pretty big guy. So if you can get that kind of comparison, it's fucking horrific. And that's just in one room. And this is a place where over 50 lobotomies were recorded. Only God knows how many lobotomies actually took place inside of that building. And this was just the start of the horrific history.
So this area right here, I'll say, if you want to talk about anything paranormal, that was actually on the floor too. If you saw the before and afters of this building when we first started cleaning it, is amazing. All this stuff, all these light fixtures were hanging down all over. We've cut everything down. I have before from 2017 in this building, and it was so much fun. This had rug, we ripped it all out. But for paranormal wise, we have a guy in this building who, his name is Dr. Brian. I didn't know who he was at first. We kept getting William all the time. And this found out through research after I was listening to him and through research and stuff that I heard, that there was a superintendent named Dr. William Bryan. He was here from 41 to 44. He actually passed away while as a superintendent in 1944. And he came from Boston State Hospital, which was the first psychopathic building in the country they had up there. So he came here, this was his baby. This building itself was what he was meant to be for. He was the most caring superintendent, probably a favorite, the fan favorite we like to say. His heart for the what was that whistling? Did you whistle, Kyle? Okay, can we not? We do have whistling here that just randomly, like this thing that will always like mimic. There you go, mimic.
So many mimics nowadays.
We've seen some stuff. It's mostly like Kyle. I've seen Kyle standing in the middle of the knoll out there, and he's not there. So
in the middle of the field.
The knoll, yeah. I saw him this entire time. One time I was out there. They were here. I went to go get pizza at our favorite pizza place. I came back, so it was both of my kids and Kyle. They were waiting, but I dropped the pizza off and I went back because there was a big branch hanging down when I drove in, and I'm like, I gotta cut that down because it's dragging across the roof of my car. I got out there, I cut it down, and as I turned around, it was nice outside, so I rolled down my windows and I was listening to Method Man, and I loved the song. So I'm looking like an idiot. I look over and I see him standing in the middle there looking towards the nurse's building, and I'm like, oh, he probably sees a trespasser. Because it's just normal. It's normal activity. And so I look at him and I'm like, oh, I feel kind of embarrassed. But
just a win.
You're going to have so much fun, let me tell you. Because this is nothing. You should go to Pondview at night if you really like the slamming of the doors, because it happens all the time. It'll be like boom, 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 boom.
We like that.
Yeah, yeah. So I looked and I'm like, oh, okay, I kept going, I'm driving, and where it comes to the corner, I look over and I still see him standing there. So it was probably around 8:30, so it was starting to get dark, but not completely dark. I still see him standing there, looking across. When I got up to the front, I said to my kids, he wasn't there. I go, is Kyle still standing in the field? And they're like, no, he was never out there. And he comes back through the building. He came back from this way. I was like, who in the world was that? We've all seen the owner's daughter, seen him going up the stairs, just turning. It's just, there's so many access points, so it is windy. Hopefully it stops. But Dr. Brian is going to be here. So Dr. Brian, he was incredible. He made a publication called The Stylist, and it was specifically for just news and anything that was happening with the hospital. The patients had their own section where they can write, and this included patients from the criminally insane building. So Salmon was the male building and Owl was the female building. They just wrote poetry, they wrote anything they wanted, they wrote thank you notes, and they would talk about the dances. And this all happened during World War II, and under Dr. Brian's care, they lost most of their staff to the draft to World War II. So he ended up giving duties to the patients. So these patients were in charge, we ward attendants, and they were the patients that were most highly functioning patients. And then they had civil service individuals come in. They were the ones who didn't believe in war, so if they were Christian, and so that's how they would serve their country. And they came in here. They were 68 was their camp number for in here, and they did a lot of help with they were ward attendants, and they were actually the first individuals. These groups, they were all over the country, who started writing down notes about the treatment of the patients. So the first documentation of maltreatment of patients occurred within those individuals to question it, and there was a big inquiry into this hospital investigation. And they actually found that they're really under Dr. Ryan's care, that there wasn't abuse, there was more of lack of guidance and not knowing who was in charge, and the steward was overriding the superintendent, and no one knew what was going on. Doctors didn't know who they were reporting to, and vice versa. They didn't know their roles. But as far as patient abuse, they found under his care that there really wasn't any it's in itself. And he was amazing. They named a building. He wanted the former the county home for children. They were under the process of purchasing it, and he wanted to make it its own central location for children, specifically for children. And World War II, because of the draft, they were not able to make that happen during his time here. But they did end up fully purchasing the building, which is up at the hill, and they named it the Bryan Building after him. It turned into adolescents and then a geriatric center. So in that sense, he was very much remembered, and he was my favorite. And then of course there's Dr. Wilcox, who was here first, and he wasn't decent. So you have your little crossroads. So now these go out. So in this building, you have two central courtyards. It divides out to the center. It goes around. So the footage that you see from the top, you'll be able to see down. You have the courtyards, which was really great. You had the doctor's quarters, which is all the way up top, is above us right here. The staircase goes there. They had fire escapes that go down to the courtyard. So the doctors stayed here. There were 4 apartments upstairs. The doctors would stay here so that they would be on call and available for the patients at all times, anytime someone came in, they were here ready for them. So that's one of our access points to the courtyard, which was actually it was a nice place. There used to be a wall here, go figure. So at some point it was really nice, and we cleaned off this whole thing. When we first got here, this was buried in about probably like this high of bottle caps from prescription drugs. And all of that wall right there was on the staircases. So my kid and Kyle, they dug it out with rakes, metal rakes, steel rakes, and shovels. This whole area was just buried. You couldn't even really access this area. I'll have to show you the before and after from there, but you couldn't even access here. There was a ceiling that came down. There were trees. We had trees, stumps, and like everything growing through roots. So we cut that down, and to make access for stuff. This was the hydrotherapy room, and it collapsed a couple of years ago, as you can see if you peek in there. But if you look in, I would say if you want to just put your camera in here, this area right here. So you have that right here. There was a tub that sat here. That was your hydrotherapy tub, the first one. And I can show you the photo from the before photo so you can see the difference. But the tub sat here. And hydrotherapy really began as a way of, when we were talking earlier about women who were in here for hysteria, they believed that the cure for hysteria or anything was stimulation, so most of the time doctors themselves, and it happened to men too, but it was the majority of women, they felt more as if you were stimulated orgasm they'd do, that you would be better. And so doctors at that time were manually doing it, and they really got tired of doing that. So the hydrotherapy tub had jets that were aimed in certain directions too. And then they were also used obviously for icing and heat. And women, they would be in there for long periods of time. They could be days. You just sit there in water.
Days in a
They
tub?
could be in days if they want. If they wanted to.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, they would sit there for, they could, and it was used to punish them too. So you had different kinds of treatment, how they would do, you know, sometimes they say if it's really cold, it would calm you. I don't see that would calm me per se, but it seems like calming. So these are all of the procedural rooms. The one on the other side is the x-ray, which is very odd to me because there's windows. So you think of x-rays, you don't think of windows per se, but that is the x-ray. If you come into this way, so these walls weren't here originally. These were added on at a later time. And if you have, so right here, I can send you like where these are too. So if you look from here, back here, so if you,
Oh yeah.
so that pole right there is that, where someone just recently sprayed not too far ago. So if you have like in here, can you see how it is?
Yeah.
So you got your
Wow.
windows, then you have that pole, so that was all open. And then this is your tub right here. That was your hydrotherapy tub with the valves
Yeah.
that were in there. So that was all those different ones. So they used them for different, multiple procedures in here, but it was never used for broken bones. If you had, that was a separate hospital altogether. This was strictly for mental health treatment. And this would be the x-ray room. So that was all, just a few years ago, there was no graffiti in here at all. But I do have like that table.
Good.
That's awesome.
I have an original IV pole that is not with the wheels. It has the solid base. It's in my house. And I brought that home with the valves. That was the one time we actually heard some weird stuff in here. Even when the place closed down, the security and everybody you'd hear beeping. Like, it's so the lobotomy room when they had the valves, I'm just not standing water, if you don't mind. There's always a beeping with it that came along with it. And it sounds, I can only describe it as,
Shit.
yeah. Oh, now you're getting to the fun part. Coming back here alone, this is what sketches me out. And at night when I'm here alone and we have to come back, even with just someone together in the dark, like if you shut your lights off, you can see, I mean, you should at some point shut and see how like really creepy it is. But yeah, I come back here alone. Even after the shooting, I've been in here alone. But the beeping sounds like a smoke detector when the battery is dying. So it sounds like that, but very muffled. So like in your house, you think at first, oh my God, is that my smoke detector?
Oh my gosh.
You're gonna have so much fun.
Holy
I'm telling you, you're gonna have.
Was that him?
No, it was
down there.
Okay, so what
Wait,
is
where did that
I just
come
saw
from?
the thing. I just saw the thing, Kyle. Holy crap! I just saw the thing.
What's the thing?
What's the thing?
Okay.
Dad?
Oh. No. It was our friend. It went from the left to the right. Did you have that? You had your camera focused down there, right? You had your
Kind of.
camera going?
My exposure wasn't
Please
getting the end of the
tell me
hallway.
that you got that. No, it wasn't there. It was from the one, no, it's way down here. Come walk this way. Walk this way, come, I'll tell you when to stop. Keep coming. Just keep coming. Okay, stop. It went from the left all the way to the right. It was right. Okay, so we have the elemental. It's like the gremlin will joke around. It's not, okay. I'm like, my eyes are, because I haven't seen that little dude in a while. Woo.
He's here right now?
He's been active since
I have not
instigated
seen him. I have not seen him.
Yeah, I kind of made him mad.
I say him. No, it's not that.
So where did that
Okay.
cup come from?
Okay, I don't. Okay, so when you see that, you'll see that this is like a hallway that goes from in between. You have the courtyard. I'm going in there. Okay.
Let me just ask.
Isn't it kind of strange that cup would blow out the moment we're down here
And
when
then we're
it's
just
been
talking about
windy
that?
all day?
I mean, it's
Like, why would it?
But then I see the little elemental.
It was really windy earlier before you guys got here.
That's what I mean. Like, what are the odds that it's the second we come down here?
And then you see the
And you
guy
saw
running
it.
across the hallway.
That's
I really
weird.
hope that you guys were aimed at that and you saw it. I really hope that you catch that on there because, so this thing, when we started shooting here, all of a sudden, like we were cleaning up, all of a sudden there was this, we call, well, I know it's got to be an elemental. This used to be Native American land. In the 1600s, it was controlled and owned by the Pequot tribe. And then all of Mohegan tribe, who was in the area as well, they got together, you know, with these locals, and they did the massacre down at Mystic. They snuck up on the Pequot tribe during a celebration at night, and they burned about 500 to 700 of them alive in there.
In Mystic?
That's Mystic.
That town we
Right.
drove through?
That is the start of Thanksgiving. So the real story of Thanksgiving is every time, usually in the United States back then up here, when they won a large battle, the next day would be to give thanks for that. But technically, when you really look back, through history, that was in 1637 or 34. Forgive me about the year. When that massacre occurred, the Mohegan tribe was a part of that. They gave the first day of thanks came from the Massachusetts governor at the time, and he said for the next 100 years it is to be celebrated every single year, and that was the actual Thanksgiving that began after that. And so
Thanksgiving is to commemorate burning hundreds of people alive?
of the Pequot tribe, Native Americans.
The How did I never
so
hear
they
that?
Had, they had their original.
Fucking crazy.
They had their original one. I think that was in 1620, where they say, "Oh, we sat down for dinner with Native American," and actually that occurred. You know, that all went down. But the main Thanksgiving, when you go through and look up the Pequot tribe, I put in a request to hopefully to speak to the elder of the Pequot tribe, because Pequots, they own Foxwoods Casino, and then Mohegan owns Mohegan's Son. They correlate for whatever, but Mohegan tribe took over this land, so the Pequots were kicked out. Mohegans took over, and there's still hostility between the two. They coexist together, and they'll do something. Mohegan did a cleansing of the property, but it was on the Preston side. Don't think that it was over here, and that was in 2017. But there's a lot of, I've been in my research and trying to figure out these things that have been happening that we've seen. There's this little shadow figure. I call him a shadow figure. I don't think he is. I don't know what he would be. It's very small to the ground, and it runs really fast. It goes up the wall and onto the ceiling. And more of what I found is just when we started cleaning the property, cut down trees, that's when the activity really started. And for elemental purposes, it's not necessarily bad. They're not bad. It's just they're protecting their land. And so I learned quickly to just say, I'm going to go clean this. Is it okay? I think I've been more respectful of what it is, but this thing is very fast. And then recently I noticed, I was doing research on the Pequot tribe, and they have a certain entity that they described as being very low to the ground, and that it's generally not going to bother you. It can be dangerous though if you disrespect it. It comes out for certain things, I've seen it, it's come closer, but I've never felt threatened by it. But it will it scares the crap out of you, because it is short to the ground, and it takes off really fast.
You feel frightened by it?
Well, because you're...
Yeah, because you instigate it.
You have no sense of... I don't know. But that's when I was looking back here when he was in there. I saw that low to the ground, and maybe I'm my mind, but I don't see it often. And honestly, I'm here so much. when I used to be here all the time, it's not paranormal activity all the time. I have the superintendent, Dr. Brian, on camera. The first time we got him is when we were walking around and we hear him clear as day saying, "Be careful," in the back. It's, yeah, I have one too, so yeah. That one, I have him saying hi to me by the lobotomy room. I always say hello, bye, whatever. He's, psychics have said that he's like attached, like just possessive of me, not in a bad way, but I think it's because he knew that I was trying to save this place. I don't have it all the time though. I kind of find it funny when people are like, oh, there's so much activity. Not really, so that thing right there. It was just the first time I've really seen something in a while, and I hope that
Of course, it's the night that we're about to be here, just me and him.
Yeah.
This whole trip, we've had 4 people with us, and
And now that it knows, it's gonna divide you.
Like, oh, perfect.
You should try to divide yourself and sit in one place by yourself. It's kind of fun. I had to run through here one night. What was it? Like 3 weeks after the shooting, I had to come back here because Steve and Dylan, you know.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. They came one night to investigate, and the next day Steve tells me that Dylan left the obelisk somewhere. Wasn't quite sure where. Just in either this building or the nurses' building, which I was like attacked in once, so I don't know. I was like, if it's in the nurses' building, you can kiss it goodbye, because I am not going in there alone. So I had to drive down here one night, got here at 9 o'clock at night, in heels, because I left work, so I'm in heels, running through the whole building. I recorded it on my phone the whole time. I'm like, I had to bring this high definition, like, super light that could probably kill somebody if they looked at it, and I just ran, and I ended up finding it upstairs on a bed, and I was like, I'm never coming back here again. And then I kept it because I wasn't going to see him. I took it to Waverly Hills with me. I reprogrammed it to speak Spanish, so when they got it, I was like, you can have this little thing now, because that's what I did for you. So they were like, Span, what is this? It was great.
You just said you got attacked in the nurses' building?
Yeah, I had a fun experience. That day that I told you when I saw that car, we had like the car was there, and there was multiple. There was that's another story, and that's too. You want me to tell you that over there?
Sure.
Like that would be. I don't go in that building alone. I don't. I will never be in that building alone again. And it is not I don't even know why. I don't even know why it would be anything with that building, the nurses' building. And I don't think it was malicious or anything like that. I just think that since I've had such a sensitivity since I was a kid, and I could see and feel certain things, that they recognized the fact that I could see and sense it, so they took full advantage of it. But it was not a fun time for me. So now I think how cool it is, but. So we're kind of coming down to like the kitchens are back here, and it's most destructive back in this side of the building. Each one, when you saw how, if you look down that way as well, they both have similar.
Oh shit, I didn't even realize how far it goes.
Yeah, so this is the center. So you're gonna have one side that goes up this way to one ward.
You guys just hear those footsteps run at me? I was standing there the whole time and I did not hear that.
Why don't you ask it to make a sound?
Can you make that noise again?
Oh, here's your love note. I just wanted to know.
Aww.
Oh, is my love note still there?
It's so sweet.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one about me.
That one is about you. It
says, hi Shannon, you.
Oh yeah, what was the other one? If you see this, Shannon, go yourself. I love that. It's so famous.
That one faded off. It's like
oh, it's on the drywall that fell off. See, isn't that sweet? We tried to take the drywall, it was too heavy.
Well, that's creepy that you just heard that.
It's happened to me before in this building too.
It's just-
Usually over there.
How the layout of the building is, it's very difficult to distinguish. So just having to be very careful with, because it is open. So I'm a big fan of trying to debunk everything possible. Obviously, I know you are as well. Most people do, but this is a fun room. Are you ready? We just cleaned it, so when we cleaned it, but we have one of the beds in here. You can't see, it's better during the day, but if you see, this is like that kitchen, an area kitchen. So you have the kitchen tiles that are down here. We just happened to, all of these beds were in the hallway, so we just like to set them up. But at the head of the bed, there used to be.
Did you hear that? Like, I know you heard.
I heard
that.
that.
We looked at each other. This, you,
I did not hear it.
literally-
I was just talking.
It sounded
like that.
But at the head of the bed, there used to be.
Did you hear that?
But at the head of the bed, there used to be.
Did you hear that?
But at the head of the bed, there used to be.
Did you hear that?
We had like, so every bed had tape with their names on it. So this one said Keen. I actually took it with me. But
That's crazy.
I have a bed at my house too. A full bed.
Do you sleep in it?
I want to.
Is that an IV thing over there?
I don't know. I think it is.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think. I don't know. I think. I don't know. I think. After Destination Fear, we had a bunch of caution tape up, and we would come in. It's still there. There's still pieces around, but the thing would blow and scare the crap out of us because it was just blowing all the time. But yeah, no, I think it is. It has multiple different points to it. But the one I have is just a solid round vase that comes up with that little thing. So I'm like, I'm gonna hang plants on it.
That's super cool.
it's
This whole
so-
light is
so
eerie
crazy.
too.
So
Don't blame me for not wanting to come in here alone.
I mean,
Look,
the
that's the
building. The building doesn't scare me. It's people. Weird. When I first started coming in here, I never knew like where I was. So this is where you're gonna really get. This is an access point here, and there were beds in there at one point too, but they were taken out. So this is where it gets. You have to walk yourself, walking, because this is a.
Is the trespassing area?
Everybody trespasses everywhere, but they walk through. This is one of these is where they have my love note for me.
Oh.
It's gotta be one of them.
See those eyes? Yeah.
You guys down there?
Yeah, we're right here.
Oh.
See the lock still on the window?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I love that. I know, there's little things that I keep finding. Every time I'm here, I find something new. So there's your portal. There's a portal to hell right there. If you want to go to the basement, feel free. There's right down there.
Back down.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Oh God.
An elevator.
Yeah.
Oh,
Matt.
Oh, they threw the thing down here.
Oh, dude.
I love how everyone's afraid of the bat. Oh, you should go into the tunnel. They're great. They're so cute on the wall. I have a video where I'm just like, can I pet that dog?
Shit.
You see, I like bats, but I just don't like when they be flying around my head in the dark.
Yeah, I like
They
pictures
have
of
long hair,
bats.
too. When you have longer hair,
Yep.
they get caught in it. This is where we heard Dr. Brian say, be careful. Because we were running around, joking around in here. There was a seat that used to be in there. And I told my girlfriend, I'm like, go sit in that seat. She was vaping. And it was a great shot, actually. But as she was like skipping over there, you hear, it has an accent, like Boston accent, going, be careful. It was just like super nice, like, be careful.
I have it pulled up if you want to hear it right now.
We someone should sit here with their back facing that way. Their back facing that
Be
way.
careful. I don't know if that was a really shitty accent.
The original video that I was on my phone. So this is a day room on the, I think, on the men's side. I don't even know where I am anymore. So, yeah, because we haven't been on and around. So these are the rooms and bathrooms. And this was clean at one point. Recently.
That face.
So if you remember, blue is the male ward. All the light fixtures were hanging down from this hallway too when we came in. And then it was really clean. But
Ah, man, this is creepy.
it's really great, right? That was the crossroad at the very beginning, the exit where we went straight to the lobotomy room.
Uh-huh.
That's where I was standing alone when that guy tried to kill us. I was just standing there in the dark.
Yeah, you still gotta tell that story.
I will tell you that story.
Because that's f***ing insane.
Mhm.
It's a
So-
very creepy looking bed.
Yeah, I know.
Especially with those things growing out of the window.
The vines and everything. You know. Right? It's gotten a lot. The other side has beds. It's where we hear a lot of the woman humming and stuff, and then also not so good stuff. There, it seems more of I don't know. It's so. Of course, we had the criminally insane, and they used to bring them through into this building through the tunnel downstairs. There was there's a trepidation table in the basement now, where they would hang you kind of to a 60-degree angle or so, and they would drill into the heads. If you ever looked at how they would like drain illnesses,
Yeah.
they believe the same thing would treat mental illness. Like if you drained it, draining the demons. It was a weird practice.
Very experimental.
Yeah.
Criminally insane. Are there any famous criminals here?
Not okay, so I wouldn't say as far as famous, because the majority of anyone that was a serial killer was sent to either Fairfield Hills or Connecticut Valley. They usually came through real quick here. We did have, it's strange through our what we had for research. When I first started doing this, I would always get a woman named Robin. Come in as Robin. And she did not like me. I don't know why. She just didn't like me. She really took a liking to Kyle, and I always said it's because she had a crush on him. She kept coming around, and she never identified herself. You could tell that she was probably like 20-ish, or, you know, she never identified herself as a nurse, or she wouldn't answer. It's almost like she didn't know, like, why she was even here. And so, but then she just said on stuff that when we were investigating that she liked deep dish pizza. So we were just always like, oh, so when Exploring with Josh came, he brought her pizza, you know, as a whatever. So when it was strange that she would come around and she never was next to me, she would always be on the side of Kyle. Why is it when I talk about stuff like this, it gets really windy all of a sudden? So then we had some other weird that went along with it. So sometimes when somebody who's criminally insane comes through, I want to hear them, but I don't want to hear them at the same time. It depends, because there's some aggressive people who were here. And sometimes we got a man named Michael that came through. More recently, a man named Michael keeps coming through. In doing research, there was a serial killer in Connecticut named Michael Bruce Ross. And he was from like this area. And one of his victims' names was Robin, and she was kidnapped from Norwich, and her body was found at Uncas on the Thames, which is right up the road. So it's where now it's Bacchus Hospital now, I believe. So there were two girls that he kidnapped from here as well. There was bodies on Preston, which is right next to us. They never know if the crimes actually happened on this property, but it was around that area. But Michael's mother was committed here, so he was here a lot. He visited quite often. He was very familiar with the grounds here and stuff. So it was kind of strange how we got Michael and we got Robin in here. I don't know why she would be here, but it was very interesting. We did have we had 3 mothers who killed their children, and then we had one man who killed 4 children unknown to him. When we were here, since the hospital was open, when it closed, security would always hear a little girl laughing around here, mostly by the admin building, but around on the property itself, a little girl, like just mischievous, laughing all the time. And when I was exploring here before, we went into the admin building, and I couldn't find my flashlight. I love the story just because I'm sitting there. It was really when it was pitch dark, and I couldn't find my flashlight, and I heard that. Did you hear that? Okay, so and I was getting frustrated, and then I heard this little girl laughing, like mocking me. I'm like, girl. So when I took over here, I started hearing her just more so, and on any kind of DVRs or EVPs, they'd always call me Mom. I always heard Mom. Even the little IV pole that I brought home and stuff, there was a little bit we heard knocking and Mom. But so I was like, who is this little girl? We were asking questions, did a spirit box, and we got a bunch of names, but there was a name, there was Charlotte and then Estelle. And I go, oh, well, I'm gonna call her Charlotte because that's the cuter name. I don't know, I'm gonna call her Charlotte. After that, every time I referred to her as Charlotte, I never got anything, nothing at all. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong, it's not her. Well, when I got access to the Connecticut library, you have to have a special passcode to get in to view the files. I got in there and I found an article, a news article from 1938, a mother who killed her child. It was 11 years old. She suffocated, asphyxiated her, took her to a cabin, asphyxiated her to death. And the little girl's name was Estelle. Wow. And I was like, shut up. And her mom was committed here 28 days after. So in 28 days, 2 doctors examined her, found her to be criminally insane, and hooked her up. And she was in the All building, which was if you're facing the admin building, it's on the right side, and it's the one that's closest to us, to this building right here. And so it was I always thought that this little girl, she had no idea. She was sleeping when her mother asphyxiated her to death. She has no idea, and maybe she's just around looking for a mom. You know, like, they're gonna know you're deceased. Her mom was here. She has no idea. She had nothing with her mom, but she was around a lot. She's always someone that I thought was really cool to have and to be around. It's fun when you find those news articles after.
Yeah, right.
So this building in Norwich itself is very important to the history of the eugenics movement in the world, not just in the country. While they absolutely ripped this apart. For people who don't know what eugenics is, and it's not something that is widely, they don't educate you about this, our youth in schools and things like that. But eugenics was the belief that there was not just a superior race, although it did have a lot to do with it. It was basically in the 1800s, 1850s, 1860s, there was a new fear of immigration, and anyone coming over that was poor or sick and had any kind of disability or criminals, there was a fear among anyone in the United States that this was going to become an epidemic, that if you're a criminal, you are going to breed criminals, mentally ill. If you're poor, it's all genetic to them. That's how they perceived it. That's why they created laws where white and black you couldn't marry. They wanted to keep everything contained. And so when they abolished slavery and that was all coming down, they were afraid that you're African American, you don't have that intelligence. You have mental illness, you're white, you have mental illness, you're going to pass that down. They did not want you to procreate, and they wanted to make sure that they did not infect the country as a whole. And so this ideology was heavily involved among like the Rockefellers and prominent individuals. And they started doing with scientists and politicians to try to figure out how to contain these problems that they called. And that's where state hospitals really started coming into play. So there was one, they wanted to fix it, they wanted to solve it so that that society was not filled with these people that they did not find appealing. And so the eugenics movement started making laws. It brought about laws that you could sterilize individuals that they thought were not fit to be in society. If you were poor, your children could be taken away from you. So if the husband went to, like in here, you would go to City Hall. You could just go down to the city, a husband can go to the town or whatever, the clerk's office, and say, my wife is being hysterical. And they could commit her. It was up to the clerk. Would say, oh, okay, well, we got to put her in there. And then they would take the children. So because they would generally say that the father was unfit to be a father because he had to work. So while the mother was committed, the children would be at a different home, like the county home that we purchased up at the hill. So they would come in here, they would do sterilization so that you could not have children any further. And Connecticut was the second state in the country who adopted the eugenics laws and the sterilization laws. And this hospital was designated as the #1 hospital in Connecticut. Most of the sterilizations, there was 557 of them that took place in this building that we know of, that were documented. 89 or 90% were female. And back in those days, they believed that Black women in particular didn't feel pain, so they were never given anesthesia. So everything had to be straight done. If you imagine being sterilized with nothing. I mean, it meant to, if you're African American in general, they did not think that that you didn't feel pain, or it was just you had a very high tolerance of pain. There was a woman here who, she went to the town for help because she was in an abusive relationship, and I think it was a mutually abusive relationship. But she went to the town to seek help on what to do. Well, when she left, the town thought that she was hysterical. She was emotional while she was trying to describe her being physically abused by her husband. So they decided that they were going to commit her for being hysterical, and then they took her children and put them up at the county home, the temporary county home, and they left her there. And that woman came back she had all of her teeth pulled, and which is a nice practice. They thought that mental illness, if you take their teeth, that the infection goes to their head. The whole part is how easy it is to get someone committed back in the day, especially women, to have them committed. But with the eugenics movement, they decided that they wanted to find a group that was going to just be really work well together, and that was Germany. So the United States, like politicians and scientists, and particularly the Rockefeller Foundation, they funded these conferences over in Germany, and they introduced their ideology of, we want to make sure we protect our race, the white race, and it was about race back then. And so they had these elaborate conventions. They funded these hospitals over in Germany, and this was in the early 1930s. And one of their biggest supporters, the person who was in the audience, was Adolf Hitler. And that's where he really learned about eugenics. And he spoke about in Mein Kampf, he has the autographs of certain scientists, and he really intermingled. They had a great relationship back then, and he thought this was really great. And as time kept going, we developed over here the gas chamber so that you could work on just advancements on how, that was different though.
That's not a door.
That was like a different kind of.
It's not like walking.
Yeah, that's. Because generally we could.
Maybe Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. He's a bit late.
It's Santa, yes, Santa, thanks. So we developed a gas chamber and started. Why do I keep hearing that like over there? The audacity of the fire department.
Very eerie too.
So they brought this new revelation of how we can execute a criminal easily. Here's our gas chamber. Brought it over there. Did the conventions in the whole same manner, and their person that happened to be in the audience of one of them was the angel of death, Joseph Mengele from Auschwitz, and that's where he learned about the new gas chambers and those techniques. And of course, they did it all on a mass scale, but we still do it today. Eugenics still, it's still practiced today. There was a big lawsuit in 2017 over in California from the prison system. I keep hearing that. It's got to be the wind. I know. It's behind you.
I know.
So I hope it runs up right behind you.
I hope not.
Are you getting that on film?
I would love that.
I know. That would be
Come on.
great.
We've had stuff
The
run at
camera's
us
over.
before. It's
Yes,
pretty.
So yeah, Kyle got
scary.
stuff in the nurses' building. That's the favorite one.
My battery's about to die.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a normal thing. So the eugenics that. Okay, yeah, that's definitely like under that. So yeah. So
Is this it for this building?
yeah, I would say let's just
Yeah, because we need that battery.
Yeah.
Yep, let's go. I
But
don't even know.
eugenics was here.
This was the a big hub. This was the main hospital in Connecticut that did all the forced sterilizations, among other things. They did a lot of secret stuff. We had Dr. Wilcox, who was before Dr. Bryan, and he believed, no one really stood behind him, but he believed that after 15 years, if a patient wasn't cured of mental illness, that they should be euthanized. And he heavily promoted it, and he was probably one of the worst superintendents this hospital ever had. And he controlled this building when this building first came about. I don't like that. The banging is right.
Yeah. I mean, it just started.
Well, Mohegan is really pretty though, if you look back there. Yeah, what is that?
So he wanted people to be euthanized.
Yeah, he did not want, he didn't want to be in existence with anyone like that. But so if you look in full circle, it's still that ideology from a lot of people. It's a stigma and everything. But yes, in 2017, there was women from a prison in California who filed a lawsuit and they won. So now you have consent laws. Like, you have to give consent in order to do anything. But now what they're doing is they told these women that they had cervical cancer, any kind of issue, that they had to be sterilized or they could die, and come to find out afterwards that was never even the case. These patients right here had no ability they had no right at all to say no. Their parents, patients, or their kids, whoever would come and visit them while they were here, and they would just they'd come back, they'd have no teeth, or they had a lobotomy, and the family was never informed. So you never knew what you were gonna find when you got here. And it was it was the government's problem, because the government never funded it.
Oh, that's really cool.
When the first year that I was the caretaker, which was just a couple of years ago, we were cleaning up. We're starting to clean up. We were going to film. Our goal was to open this building up, particularly I wanted to open it for historic tours. I wanted to clean it up, get the history out there. And so I had a group of volunteers. They were all urban explorers. Every single one of them came out here to help clean up. And I had an individual, for legal purposes, I'll keep that down, messaged me quite a few times and wanting to come out, and I said that this person could come out at some point, just not while we're cleaning up. There's liability, but also out of respect to the people who are working, I didn't want another person just coming out to photograph and explore. It wasn't appropriate. But at some point, they would be able to come out. Did not take lightly, I guess, didn't want to listen to me. And security saw this individual up at the orphanage. That was really,
I thought I just saw someone in the hallway over there.
you could hear all this stuff like dripping and then whatever, but then it also just sounded like walking that was coming behind that wall over there. But
oh, great.
It was just different. It was just a different sound. You hear the regular sounds that are going on right now, but it just seemed more like shuffling. So anyway, this person was, did you hear that?
Yep.
That was nothing, right? It was just like well, you can listen to that. Jeez. So was caught up at the orphanage part, the Bryan building, told to leave. Then I got a message from this individual. And this was Memorial Day weekend. And this individual just expressed how much they loved me, I guess, through lovely words, and then went off on a social media site. And it incited a lot of misrepresentations, saying that I personally didn't have the authority over the place, and it turned into a lot of hate banter and threats. And I interjected at one point because I was a part of this group, and I told this individual not to come back anymore, that they're trespass or they'll be arrested because of it. Normally I don't care. It was just the hostility that was involved, and then everybody else in this group were messaging me as well, physical threats and things like that. So the following weekend we were here getting ready for a show. We were having a TV show filmed 5 days after that, so we wanted to clean up as much as possible. And we had done all the work here. So we were sitting on the front steps of this building eating pizza, and it was getting dark, and we saw a car pull up facing at us, and we knew that they were dropping off trespassers. It was just really obvious. They were on the road where no one ever stops. So we were just eating pizza, we saw the car, and we knew they were dropping someone off, and we expected to see trespassers. It's normal. And then a couple minutes later, while we're sitting there, I didn't hear anything. So my security guard, Kyle, was next to me. He heard it. I saw a flash going off. It was about 100 yards to kind of cornered where the knoll is. And I saw the flash, but it sounded like firecrackers. So it was a lighter sound. And he heard like a whistling, so he didn't see it. And he thought that his tire popped because it was in front of us. And so as he was walking down, I was looking over, and I saw a second flash, but it moved over, so it was like the person moved. But at that moment, when Kyle was in front of his car, that's when he ducked and he said, "They're shooting at us." And so, because at first I thought, oh, it was just these kids are being punks and they're throwing firecrackers or something. But in reality, it was that they were shooting at us. And I turned, because he ducked down in front of his car, I turned and grabbed onto the little latch lock to run into this building. Into this day, when I think about that moment, it's all in slow motion. I can still remember going to grab the lock, thinking that I was going to be shot in the back. Like that was my thought. And then I ran in here trying to call 911, but my hands weren't working. And it's getting dark outside, so out at the building, when it's getting kind of dark, but it's still light. But you know that when you're in an abandoned location, it's dark. It'll be light outside and it's dark. So it was much darker here. We're surrounded by woods, and I'm trying to call 911, and I'm not knowing what's going on with him outside. Like, did he get shot? What's going on? And so I called Norwich police directly. He got into the building and was barricading the building, and he called 911, which went to the state police. And as we're on the phone trying to communicate what was going on, we looked out through the window, and I heard him say that the car came back. And I looked, and the car had come up, driven onto the side where they dropped him off. And it was obvious they were picking up the person. And then I saw the car turn and go the other way. But we were in here, and it wasn't too long. I think it was 6 minutes from the time that he called 911. But it's very difficult to find out. Norwich doesn't know. There's a bunch of buildings here. Didn't know where we were, and our gate was locked. And they needed Kyle to flash a light out the window so that they could find what building we were in. So of course the only thing that he could find out for a light was my phone. So he took the phone and was flashing it. The cops found him. There was about 20 cops out there. And they started hollering because the gate was locked for him to come out with his hands up and walk all the way across. So he did it with my phone. And I was in here in the pitch darkness where the lobotomy room, I was just up a little bit further. and just waited. And with the sound of all the people that were out there, to me, there was sound, but in here it was like dead silence. And I still had that fear, one, that this person was just gonna come straight through the side of the door of the building and just shoot me. And then there's this behind me. So I'm not afraid of the building at all, but I honestly, it sounds crazy, but I had a fear of like, I wasn't afraid of anything that was actually gonna happen to me at that moment, because I was like, I'm protected in this building, which sounds so crazy, but at that time, I was like, no, I'm good. But then I had to walk out as well, and I didn't want to leave the building. Like Kyle had to tell the cops that he thought that I was just scared to leave, and I was. I did not want to cross that crossway because I was really afraid that someone was going to shoot me right there, and I didn't know where this person was. I had no confirmation whatsoever that that person wasn't out there, and I had to walk across, and they came out. So what happened was the first shot hit the car, hit Kyle's vehicle in between the front, the driver's side, and the back window. So it hit the window and it ricocheted and it severed one of the tree branches, and that was the swoosh that Kyle heard. From that one right there, the trajectory from the detective, we have the images of the actual rope, the string going through the car. Where I was sitting, it would have hit me directly in the head had it not hit the car. If it would have just gone up 3 inches or just a little bit. The second time when I saw the person actually move, he moved with Kyle. The person, when he shot through, but it hit the back window of the car and then went through the passenger front window on the other side. We have not been able, they never found that bullet. It either hit the wall, the brick out there, or we looked in the basement as well for it, and they couldn't find that. They didn't find any casings. So at first, because it's 100 yards, so at first we're like, oh, it's a rifle. Not a rifle, just like an AR-15 or something. The sound was like that. There's no way. They brought up the idea of a revolver, but let's be honest, you really have to be a good shot to be out there. But a revolver also doesn't shove casings. So, someone was with them. We know there was 2 people. They do have DNA from something, which I won't say just because of, it's an active investigation. But they do have DNA in the case. And the next day, we had to come back. We were spending the night that night as well for the whole weekend, so we could get this all cleaned up for the shoot and not put a damper on it. But we were gonna sleep in the steward's house, and I brought clothes over, and I guess a funny part of it is that my shirt that I was gonna sleep in said, "But did you die?" So it's kind of become our motto that no, or like miss me. So that whole joke, I don't know if you ever seen Ronald Reagan's little speech after, and the gunshot or whatever, the shot went off and he goes, "Miss me." That has become like one of our sayings a lot every time. We're like, "Miss me." But the next day we were here working and cleaning up, and I heard walking through this building, as you see, it's a maze. It's kind of just corridors that are just weird and in the courtyards. And it's middle of the day, and I'm on one side, and I heard kind of the steps. So before, this is all wet, so you're not getting a good interpretation of how the floor really is, but sometimes you can hear like if someone's walking, you'll hear the cracking of the tile. And I heard that once in a while, but then I heard in the back of the building, because I was in the front, I heard, "Shannon, like you're being hunted." Actually, like you're being hunted. And to me, I think that was scarier than the night that we got shot at, because of how it sounded. And they were avoiding Kyle at all costs, like just going in the opposite direction, and they knew exactly where he was. And I was hiding in a front room on the ground in the corner. And when Kyle called 911, the cops were out here within just minutes. They came out here with dogs, and they ended up being out here with dogs 4 times 4 days in a row right before the show filmed, which almost didn't film. And it was the first time, I think, in their history that they hired police to guard their show. So they weren't close to them, but they were at the entry, at the gates of each area. Yeah, so they don't know. They denied our geo-tracker. So if you don't know what a geo-tracker is they would have been able to just look at a cell phone tower. Before, a cop could just get a geo-tracker all the time. They can just look at a cell phone tower, get the records, find out what was going on. Now you need a search warrant for it because they said it was an invasion of privacy. They denied the geo-tracker, the geo-fence, which would have been, that person had to have communicated with the person who picked them up. That case probably could have been solved right away by that because that 20 minutes, all you need is that tape. The inspector in the state, when I called him, said that he wouldn't get it because it wasn't a felony case in the record. I received that record, and that record actually indicates that it is a felony, that there were 4 or 5 misdemeanors, felonies in their criminal attempt to commit murder, that it's in there. So I don't know why he said that. They had a preservation for the Facebook group, but that was like 14 days. And other than that, they have everything around, like we have the license plates, but...
Did you notice that you're standing right behind the word shoot?
No. But I used to say shoot heroin, kids. Yeah.
The whole time I was just like, yeah, that's really ironic. We did not plan that.
This is don't shoot, do you think? Yeah. Shoot, don't shoot.
But,
no.
So somebody tried to murder you while you were here?
For this building.
Like a year or two ago?
Yeah, June 4th, 2022.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It was, and I've been here by myself since at night. That gives you, yeah, it's not ghosts, it's not spirits. Those are fun. It's the living. When you turn around and, we've got trespassers up at the other place, and we looked at the video, we videotape every interaction just for our own self, and most people are so nice. They're awesome. I don't care, what are you gonna do? But we walked by, we're watching videos and one kid had a machete. That's just like the normal thing around here. But yeah, the fact that these people went to a level that because of a building or a place that you're gonna risk spending the rest of your life in jail. You're gonna kill someone. You're gonna try to actually kill someone over that. And it just made me realize that some people just, this is why these buildings need to, I guess, still be open, right?
After hearing the disturbing stories of the main building, we decided to go over to the nurses' building, a place that is known to be haunted by more violent and evil spirits. And the moment we stepped foot in there, I could feel the difference.
So this is the nurses' building at Norwich State. It housed all the nurses, and this was also a hospital that trained nurses in general and in lobotomies as well. The school itself was shut down because it did not meet the standards of the state. It was kind of sad for, I guess, the nurses. A lot of them came from universities. So this is my building that I guess I'm not a fan of. Aesthetically, I love the building. It's beautiful. You'll see the hallways are really long, so as far as for paranormal investigations, you'll love it. But I've had one night, we were here. We were cleaning, actually it was during the day, this 2 times. So we were here cleaning, and it's really dark in here even during the day. Everything was boarded up. And so we had little lanterns that came down. But I was here, right down here, and I was grabbing something. And as I'm picking up, I'm down here, and this side, I hear Kyle whispered in my ear. And I was like, oh, here we go, right? Like there's something, this is insane. And this is the first day that we were actually cleaning in this building. We weren't gonna have to do that, but someone made a video on YouTube. It got sponsored, and 3 days later, this whole building was destroyed. Someone came in, ripped down the sinks, ripped down the bubblers, ripped down everything. So we had no choice but to come in here and clean. What in the hell was that? Was that you?
No, we're over here.
Oh,
Like that was not us at all.
A door from the wind.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
A door.
In this building?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I buy that.
Oh God. Dude, we've been in here like 2 minutes.
So, from right there, I started hearing talking, conversation. Now, at the end of down here, we didn't walk by it, but there are these massive double doors that lead outside, and they were open then. So the only thing that you could see is like light that would be way down in that room. So it's very easily accessible. And so I heard people talking, and I was like, great, the trespassers. Obviously, there's trespassers in the building. And no one else was near me, around me. I don't even know. I think they were upstairs. So I started walking this way towards where these people are talking, thinking that I have to confront people by myself. And as I'm walking, you can hear them loud as, like, as clear as day talking. The closer and closer, the closer I got to the end where the room is, it started becoming a whisper. So it sounded like 3 people, at least, once your head, body, whatever you're doing. It sounded like 3 people talking. And right here is the point where it really got down to a whisper. Like you can hear them talking. And the room opens up over to here. And I'm holding a lantern for light. This is one of those little camping lanterns. I think it's water. So I got to here, was a big open room. And right when I got into here, there was no talking at all. And mind you, I was really nervous about even stepping into this area just because I'm by myself and I'm walking into people that are trespassing, and normally they're nice, but I'm by myself and you never know. So if you come into here, right on the side is where the double doors are that would be wide open. And I was right here and it got quiet. That's the only other room. And so then I thought, great, they're in that room. They're hiding in that room or behind there. So I was walking this way. And as I was right here, I've always said, you know, when you have the flu and you're really weak, you know, incredibly weak, where you're standing up to go to the bathroom, but you feel like you just can't, you're not gonna get to the bathroom just because you're that weak, like you're gonna pass out. I started feeling that right around like this area where I was just, I'm going to pass out. The tunnel vision, everything's turning black. Don't walk into the pillar right there. And as I got closer to here, I was about to honestly go down. And I was nervous that there's people like in here or something. And so I got here to this point, there's a little room here, and then there's a little room right here. And right here, there was no one in here, not at all, no one. And I dropped my lantern down, and I was down like this. And the next thing I remember is waking up, sitting up against the wall over here. So there's a wall right here. And I was just sitting there. The lantern was on the side. I don't even know how long I was like that, or I felt like I just had passed out or something. And I was sitting here and I attempted to call and text. Elliot, Kyle was here, and our friend Mari, and there was nothing. It's also a building though that you have no service. You can't go live anywhere around here really, because there's no service, but no one was responding or anything. I was here so long and my eye was splitting. My head hurt so bad in my eye, and I was just weak. I had no ability to be able to, I felt like I couldn't even really talk if I had to, but my head was just piercing. And then there was more like, activity going on, and I know that they were going to go across the street, and I heard that that there was trespassers across at the Liquid building. And I was like, okay, I'm doing okay, I'm gonna get my stuff. And I got everything and I walked out that way. And that was the funny moment where Kyle was busting trespassers over there, and one of them happened to be the owner of the building, who never met them. He never comes out here either. The owner doesn't know anything about these buildings. I gave him all the stuff. And I met them for the first time, his daughter, over there. And she had laryngitis, but she's typing everything on her phone. And she was telling me that no one knew. She was telling me that they were in that building and they came back out. And that she was walking in the building, and as like she was walking by, there was one area that she got a shooting sharp pain in her eye. Now she says this eye, okay? Mind you, mine is this eye. And I'm like, and this was the same time. This was going on while I was here. She was over there, and she got this stabbing pain in her eye right here. And I was like, you guys want to go in and let me see? They know nothing about the buildings, absolutely nothing. And we go over there, we're walking in, we're there, and she shows me the spot where she sat at, and it was right next to the lobotomy room in the hallway.
That's crazy.
We brought her there 2 nights later and was doing stuff, but that was the first. And so there are things that were weird about it because I feel weird when I talk about it. You know, I've always had things when I was little. I've seen things, I've known things, and all I can say is from when I was here, it was the strangest thing is because what I saw from here was like that is someone
on the wall.
That is someone upstairs, 100%. There has to be someone upstairs. They're walking upstairs. I did not see any cars though. There's gotta be. I mean, that was straight walking, boom, 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 boom. Like, that wasn't a door shutting.
God, I'm like scared to be here.
Oh no. So this is the building that scares you?
I just don't like it, and there's no reason, I don't think, but it wasn't really so much. So what I saw to me, what I saw, and I could see, and it's not like physically like I can see you, but it was like I was actually being shown there were 2 nurses and a doctor like working on a patient, and in this nurse turned and looked straight at me, like just straight at me, and then that was like it. And it was weird because it was as if I was just being shown, you know, wanted me to see or knew that I could have that sense or something, but it was scary. The second one I think was more so, and that was the last time I've had an experience, at least over here, because I won't be in here. I won't let anyone move within from 10 feet away from me, because when the show filmed, they did their interview shows over here, those segments here, and they wanted my back, first of all, facing towards the hallway, and I said, there's no way in hell at all. Kyle actually stood in the hallway while I was filming, and when we were done, the girl goes, I could hear your heart pounding up through the microphone, because the idea of being here was just awful. Did you hear that? Right? That wasn't him, because I can hear him walking. What is that?
I don't know. I heard a girl laughing or crying a few minutes ago.
I was up there in the middle, just standing there, nothing. It's just a door in the wind.
No,
because it's from upstairs.
Right there. We just heard it upstairs. Walking across the hallway. This walked across here. It was direct above us.
Hey, that's you.
That's me. I didn't do it though.
So you got attacked the second time that day?
Yeah, Isolated. It was funny too, because I was isolated both times. We were working all together, but when the times that happened were times when I was separated from everyone else. And stop jumping out. I saw you. Are you going that way, or are you going to go this way?
I'm up here.
You're going to go that way? I was going to take him down this way. Okay. Through this staircase. So this staircase of when I had to clean up blood.
What do you mean?
The night before shooting, some kids came into this building, and one of them, I think, cut his arm or something, broke glass upstairs, and went running down running down the building, every single staircase, and there was blood just everywhere. So
You
obviously,
had to clean this blood up?
I had to clean it up because we had filming. The film crew was here. So that's where So we were cleaning up, we were just sweeping out because it didn't require a lot. So this is where like all the blood was, all the way down. Like clean all the way from up there, all the way down. It was a fun biohazard. Just walk the right away. This is where you can see like the hall.
What's this?
I don't even know. One day we came in here, first time ever. There was a dolly platform. I've never seen once in my life in here, and it was just sitting in the middle of the hallway. It's crazy.
Oh my god.
Our exit window. See? Yeah, I think that's it. So watch out, it's slippery right back. So it's like such a great hallway.
Yeah, it is.
Right there. Use my probably the second floor is probably better than this one. Actually, it started like going down that way, so that staircase is where it started right here, was going down there, and I was like, I just want to get out of here, and got outside. I got outside, and we were parked right back where we were walking in. I got into Kyle's car, so my car was behind his. I got into Kyle's car and so I had the AC on and everything because I was just sweating. I was just not well. I sat in the driver's side and waiting there, and all this stuff was going on. The woods was to the side, and Kyle came in to look. I remember he sat down in the passenger side, my kid and our friend was behind there. And when he looked at me, I looked at him, he said on his side that I don't know exactly what he was really going through. To me, it's like weird, but when he was looking at me, his entire right eye just went black. Like I could see it actually just moving over it black. And I gasped. I know at that point, like I gasped. I remember that. I don't even know if I breathed. I don't even know. But when I was facing forward from where the brush is, where the woods are, I just saw a shadow, a tall black shadow, just come out of the side and just look. And it wasn't far from it. Probably had to be like 5 or 6 feet maybe from the front of the car. And it just stepped out of the brush right there. And what was crazy is that right around the same time, I was in the car, but my kid was in the back, and they saw a shadow that was out in the same area. I think that's where you said, right, Ellen? So, but I know that it was, I guess we were there for a while, and Kyle almost called 911. That's how bad it was. I don't know,
Well, I honestly...
So that's it.
We should probably head back because I don't want to use too much of this battery. Yeah, this is creepy back here.
But it is where everybody goes to party because no one's ever out here. So we're not going to go in there, I don't think. But if you guys want to go in there later for your investigation, feel free.
Yeah, what's the story of this building?
It's just employee. It's always been employee, like staff housing. So they lived here. And I don't know. I've never investigated in here, I'll be honest. I don't know. I should. I don't know why. I feel like it's just because this employee, I never found it really. I think that I should though, just because of the land itself. So no one else has investigated it. So if you wanted to go in there, and you'd be the first ones actually to, even if you set up shop for 20 minutes. But
I think we should at the end go in there.
during its operation, the hospital saw an average of 2 a month, and really began in 1918 with the suicide of an attorney who committed himself for melancholy. He hung himself. They say one story said it was in his room and another story said it was in the Grove, but consensus was that he tied sheets together and hung himself. Hangings were a thing here, probably more prevalent than most other hospitals, but like a building across the street, they think that a man hung himself up in the attic. Some great beams up there. There was, on that note, there was a nurse, and I don't know if she stayed in the nurse's building perhaps, but her name is Anne, and she was let go from the hospital, and I'm going to say that in a nice way, she knifed herself. So she killed herself immediately after being terminated from the place. Some people say that they hear her. We get two different Anns a lot here. One of them could be the doctor's wife, Anne Guthrie. There's a Dr. Guthrie whose house was here, right actually in the back. There were 4 different cottages. There's only 2 remaining. But in the middle of the night in 1948, it caught on fire. He ran out of the house thinking that his wife was behind him, and she wasn't. They contacted the chief maintenance, who used to be the chief fire chief, and he ran into the building to save her, came out, and he collapsed on the ground, and his last words were, "I couldn't find her." They dragged him into the Lippitt building, and where he passed away, and the next day they found Mrs. Guthrie's body upstairs underneath the dressing table in her closet. So there's been quite a few incidences here. There's been quite a few escapes from the criminally insane that have gone to Massachusetts and killed 2 Spencer police officers. There was one who was convicted who killed an officer on his way here. There's been some that have actually discharged from here, from the criminally insane ward, to go home when killed his wife, and been out on leave and have murdered individuals and have come back. So you have a pretty good history of death, murders. Good histories. There's been a lot of births in the hospital from employees and patients in the Lippitt building. So there's some happiness, and there was obviously tragedy, secrets. You don't know what's in there. You don't know what you'll find. And you find new things every day. And if you see our little elemental, say hi. Could be Native American as well. So always a respect to the Pequot tribe and the Mohegan tribes. And I guess you should have fun and find your own things and go in there.
So how many people do they think died here?
It is almost impossible to figure that out. As many obviously that they had. There are some records that show for a whole year from 1953, and they did have, on average, it was showing, besides the 2 in some, that was just from in this building though. So it didn't show the deaths from there. I talk about the cardiac. There's had to have been at least like 1,000 or 2,000. There's got to be. You don't even know. There's no cemetery. There's nothing. There's no identifiable markers. You can't access the records even. You have to have a passcode, or you have to be a descendant. You have absolutely no access to any of the records here. Even the New London Temporary County Home for Children that they took over in the 40s. That is the least documented county home for children in this entire state. I found some, but other than that, there's nothing. There's nothing. If there's that many deaths that happen regarding in Lippitt alone, 5, even if it's 5 a month, 5, 10 a month, just in Lippitt, and that doesn't include this. You gotta think about what everything else was.
So there were 2 here in this building alone? A month.
Well, a month. A month in the hospital itself. And then there were the deaths just that happened in this building itself that would occur. In the 50s, it was like 5 or 10, and a lot of them, when you look at them, they were contributed to cardiac. We do have an individual who was given the wrong medication. There is a patient that they gave the wrong medication to, and he did pass away in this building. So,
any other interesting deaths before we're done?
The 2 men, we had a boiler that exploded back a long time ago. They were killed in the accident here. But I'd say both Anns are pretty prevalent there. Bruce is the man who they gave the wrong medication to. There's the Fred, who was the cook here, who was killed on the street, walking across from where we just came from. Dr. Brian, he did pass away at this hospital while he was a superintendent. So he's a fan. If you can get in touch with him, you know, much respect. He'll definitely talk to you. We do hear some screaming. I don't know if you have a DR60.
Yeah.
That has, for some reason, people have captured some serious screaming on that thing recently. So.
Alright, so my friend Drew, when he was exploring this building and doing the paranormal investigation, he got this EVP. This was the thing that he got.
So that was a screen captured in there.
And there's more too.
Oh my God!
That is going to be right there, and that's the first one. There's more.
And that's like the same exact thing that Elton got when he was here.
The other team got that, saying when they were disrespectful to Dr. Brian, because I said don't call him Bill, only I can call him Bill, and he did, and they got him saying it's not Bill. Everybody says it's not Billy, it's Dr. Brian, like screaming at him on a DR60. But that was from the front room with the chair.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. Now I'm officially even more scared than I possibly could have been.
So very welcome.
Okay, so I had to get my camera out.
Yeah.
We didn't know this. You guys are just leaving us here alone?
We're gonna leave you here alone.
All three of you are leaving?
Yeah.
Yep. So it's just gonna be us two in this entire complex?
We'll leave you a stick.
God, after that tour? That's what it is. That is terrible. Oh my God, we're screwed, man.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you guys.
I think it's gonna be a fun time.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. So today here on the channel, we have a very special opportunity to do something amazing for somebody who's helped us out with the videos. So Norwich, Shannon, nobody there asked us to pay anything to film at this location. And throughout the filming, Shannon was talking about her heart condition that she had and how it was impacting her day-to-day life. So after we filmed there, I went online and saw that Shannon's son, Elliot, actually started a GoFundMe to help Shannon pay some of her medical bills and to help alleviate the costs of this super expensive surgery that she has to have. I'm gonna donate right now. I'm gonna put the link to this in the description of the video. I would encourage everybody here in the Spooky family to try to help Shannon out with anything that you can, because truly it's a gem to find someone as nice and as caring and somebody who loves the property as much as Shannon does with Norwich. And if we can use the power of YouTube and these videos to help even change someone's life a little bit and help get rid of some of those expensive medical bills that obviously I can relate to because of type 1 diabetes, that would be amazing. So just head to GoFundMe. The link is going to be in the description. Shannon, if you see this, I hope this helps a little bit. Yeah, everybody, we're going to get back to the video now, but anything you got will help. And yeah, I hope y'all are enjoying this episode. So we were both definitely on edge to begin our investigation. I had no idea that Shannon and the crew were going to leave us there at Norwich completely alone. I thought at least our security guy was going to stay there and watch over the property and make sure we were protected, but nope. They literally just said, you guys have fun, go get dinner, come back, and the whole property is yours. I love that. I mean, it's awesome to be given that access, but frankly, it's horrifying. I mean, like Shannon said, people tried to kill her. They tried to murder her in those buildings just a year or so ago. And the sentiment from the public, or whoever tried to kill her, still exists. People are still angry about those buildings and those stories and that history being told. But yeah, I mean, in a place like that, you don't know what you're going to encounter. A trespasser, someone who's setting out to murder someone, evil spirits, inhuman, creepy crawlers. There's just so much that could go wrong. But we decided to start off and head deep into the asylum to begin our investigation. Okay, right now it's about 11 o'clock at night. We are out here, it's freezing cold. Now that I'm done filming the intro, I can put my shitty little beanie on. Gotta look good for the intro, you know what I'm saying? It's eerie as shit out here, dude. Like, just a couple moments ago, Connor and I thought we heard what sounded like a woman screaming from right over there. I couldn't tell if it was coming from in the building. Doesn't matter if we didn't catch it on camera because people are gonna say it didn't happen, but we heard it. We're definitely on edge to start this investigation because like we said before, I thought for sure that somebody for security was gonna be sticking with us here, but we're completely alone here throughout the entire campus. It's just us. I love it personally. I love these abandoned locations because they're just so goddamn creepy. But Connor, how are you feeling, bud?
I fucking hate this shit.
Connor is not into this location.
No, I mean, I like to value my safety. I don't know, I've always said I'm more scared of people than I am ghosts. And I mean, this place has some really scary ghost stories and some really scary people stories. I mean, you put 2 and 2 together, I'm not really thrilled about this. I'm very on edge, very anxious about this place.
Yeah, and the last thing that I'll add, we just called Twin Paranormal, our boys, they called us, and we were talking while we drove up here, and Wyatt told me and Connor that there's a homeless man that lives in one of these buildings. So we might have to change the buildings that we were gonna go to this evening. Personally, I can't see how someone would even survive when it gets so cold out here. And I know they came in the summer, but it's definitely not what Connor wanted to hear before we go in here. The whole time I was telling him, dude, we're not gonna see anybody. And then Wyatt's like, avoid that building, man, there's a guy in there.
Yeah, man, we went and ate dinner, came back here, and already we saw 2 cars parked out on the road full of people. I'm just like, I don't know what these people are doing. I mean, like, I'm sure they're coming in here. I mean, she said, like, they come in here with fucking sledgehammers and, like, start breaking shit.
Connor doesn't want his skull to be broken with the sledgehammer, is what he's trying to say.
I don't.
I think it could be kind of fun.
Yeah, well, I don't really even want to be here, so.
Well, guys, without further ado, we are gonna head right through that cute white little door and straight down into hell. So let's do this, buddy. Oh yeah. Real quick as well, I just want to say, God, higher power, please just be with us this evening as we go through and interact with these dark energies and visit a place that truly has been touched by an unspeakable darkness. Please allow us to be covered in a white light of protection, and please protect people viewing this footage in the future as well. Can rolling across the ground sounds creepy as shit. All right, here. All right, guys, we're just gonna film while we walk in. I think we should go down to the that tunnel where that cub came flying off. Don't you think? Okay. Start off there.
I honestly don't really know my way around that, so.
Neither.
did lock the car?
Yep. Is this here already?
Oh, yeah.
I know what it is.
Is that a light tube?
It's a piece of wood.
Well, this is phlebotomy.
If there's anybody in here, we have this place rented out for the night with the city. We're not going to call the police or anything. We're just trying to film a YouTube video. So if you could please just let us know that you're here.
It's scary.
Was that door open last time?
Could the wind possibly make a creepier f***ing noise than that?
Was a person. What? That was a person. Yelling.
No, it sounded like a human voice.
That didn't.
Dude, but we're way underground.
Underground, like.
Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. I thought that we were in a tunnel or something. I'm glad we were rolling on that. That was like multiple human voices, but they sounded so like eerily distant. God damn, this is f***ing
made
creepy,
it.
bro. Here, hold this 1 second. I'll set this up. I could have sworn I just heard a woman go.
Doesn't have a memory card in it? Oh, God.
Look at this genius right here. Now that is what I like to see, my brother.
Real man of genius. You know that commercial?
No.
So we decided to set up in the area where the crawler has been seen, where we had that cup fly off the shelf. Now, I want to point that out again. It's really strange that happened earlier in the footage. I mean, it was windy as hell the entire day, and the moment we turn that corner, the wind is just all of a sudden so strong that it blows a plastic cup across the hallway. The timing is just what you have to consider with paranormal stuff. It's when the timing's really weird and it can't be a coincidence, that's when I start thinking paranormal. And that tunnel, it's not really a tunnel, it's a hallway. That area is just gut-wrenchingly scary. Just watch this.
Every time I turn my back.
Try it again. You want to turn on Spirit Talk? What the f***, bro? Connor, look at this. Look at this, bro. Whoa. Dude, you f***ing see that swinging?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm freaked. out, dude.
Look at that, bro. There's an open window right here, but that is not moving at all. And look at that, bro.
No, it stopped.
Is there somebody in this room? I've never seen.
Shh. I thought I just heard another person talking.
Don't disrespect us.
Remember what she said about the little guy?
Sad.
She said she doesn't. She said she respects that little guy, and he doesn't really mess with her, but Kyle disrespects her.
I can't tell if I'm hearing human voices or like water dripping. Dude, but can we talk about one more time that f***ing light? Like, what the actual bro? That's like, it's actually, I'm like...
Hospital.
Okay. Hospital. Bro, we are in the hospital. This is the hospital building. So, guys, keep in mind, this is the part of the old asylum where they've seen that crawler.
Little.
The little guy.
Little crawler. We've got all of our stuff set up in here. We're gonna try. It was her.
Who is she?
Passage.
Oh. Dude, we're in the passageway right now. To whoever's here in the Norwich Asylum, we just want to introduce ourselves right now. My name is Colin.
My name's Connor.
And you've already made yourself known to us. I think it was you that moved that lamp. We've been hearing voices and walking around. You've used our devices that people have used in here before. Can you make some sort of a noise for us to show us where you are, or go touch one of those red lights that we have set up?
Vanished.
This is futile. Vanished.
Future.
It is future. What the f*** was that?
Marianne. We like your equipment.
All right. Who are we talking to? Who's Marianne? Marianne, are you here?
It's not just me.
What the f*** is that, bro?
Stay a while.
All right, if you want us to stay, why don't you tap on one of those red lights?
Perhaps it's time to leave.
Hello? That sounded like a footstep, like right there. Is the teeny little crawler here?
Leave us now.
That's what it said, right?
Yeah.
Dude, right when I
It said perhaps it's time to leave. Leave us now.
Why? Interesting how the spirit talkers have been quiet all of a sudden. Who's in here with us? Is a little crawler in here?
Rope torture. They never found me.
Again. Now hear me out. What if this is like a patient from the asylum who's like buried in... Where are all the graves, dude? Thousands of deaths. Like, all these cemeteries from these asylums always have like 3,000-4,000 graves. Like, where would all the bodies go?
Is Dr. Williams here?
We have spoke before. Someone's coming.
Dr. William, you're here with us, like you just showed us. Thank you. But you said someone's coming. Who's coming? Should we be afraid of them? That was crazy. Actually, though. Oh! 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 What the f, bro? Who's coming? Can you tell us who's coming?
Peter. We're enjoying this.
Who's Peter? Are you a patient here?
Dude, I feel someone behind me, bro. Who's behind you? Oh! 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 It was behind you!
This is right where she saw the creeper. Did you hear that? Blank.
Dude, it's like somebody's f***ing like... just walking. Dude, I swear it's like a...
Entering.
Entering right now? Show it. Accessing? Oh! Dude, what the f***, man? Who's entering? Can you show us that you're here somehow?
I've been here 600 years.
That elemental.
Older.
What? Dude, that's f***ing crazy actually. Two completely different... Oh, bro, I actually feel like... Is
I
that...
got full chills right now.
Dude, I'm not...
I'd show you my goosebumps, but...
Up my legs. Do you see me? Can you see me?
Can you see me?
No. Where are you?
We'd like...
Oh! Oh! Oh, dude, it ran! It ran between us! Oh! 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 All three! All three! All three! Oh! Thank you. Thank you for showing us that you're here by touching those things. You're very powerful. Appendix. Mechanics.
Choice. Adventure.
Can you show us visually what you look like? I heard you like to crawl around like a little baby. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Bro.
Do you not like us being here?
Can you ring that bell again if you want us to leave? Oh, dude, that one too. That one f***ing too.
It's like it just keeps running in between us.
Brazen Bull.
Brazen Bull? What did that say?
Keep the camera on.
Fucking door open. Oh my god, bro. What door is open? What? Boys.
What do you want to do with boys?
Maybe it's a pedophile. I'm not even kidding. I mean, that's definitely somebody who'd get locked up here.
And they'd f***ing, dude, they would literally do... Dude,
Liars.
it said before to bring me more gentle something.
Bring me more gentle.
There's more of us.
When did it say that?
It said it like on there, one of the first things. It said bring me more gentle something. Like souls. We, there's more of us, we.
Was one of you patients put into this asylum because you liked young boys?
That was a footstep, like right here. Moral. Like their moral values were flawed.
Is that what you're telling us to bring more of? Little boys?
Is this tripod at like a crazy angle? Yes.
Dude, what the f, bro?
Yo, look at this, bro. This is actually unlatched. Did you leave that unlatched?
No, I latched it.
What? Actually, though, no way. Oh, dude, I just got a f***ing message.
But look at this, guys. I want to show you online. This tripod should have clamps that lock like that. And this one over here is literally unclamped. And Connor and I set these up so we would know if they were unclamped. I don't think we've ever left one unclamped.
Whisper.
Hey there, what are you up to? Oh, it actually... Will you tell me? So you were in here because you were a pedophile?
Practitioner.
Retaliate.
How are you going to retaliate?
Liam.
Dude, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
Right now, we're getting almost entirely only male names.
Can you find my grave?
Can you find my grave? She was saying that that's what they say all the time.
And what I was saying too, like 10 minutes ago. That's what I was literally bringing up.
God.
But dude, think about it. It's all men's names we're getting. This side is the men's side. The women's side is over there.
I'll move something.
What are you going to move? Q.
You?
Q. It's a letter. You want to latch that tripod?
Oh yeah. That's fucking trippy.
Well,
dude, look at that. Oh. It actually sunk. Oh.
Visitor.
Does this visitor have long, creepy nails? I'm actually getting, like, all of a sudden. Okay. What's wrong?
I started feeling really, really sick.
What do you mean? Dude, first of all, my A7S, look at, film this. This battery just went from 22 to 0. Yo, are you okay?
I'm starting to feel like really sick.
What do you mean?
Like nauseous.
I'm stroking your hair.
Oh my god, bro.
Hi, Brad.
Yo, you're kind of freaking me out, dude.
That was him.
Oh, yeah, it was like something came over me.
Oh god. You're kind of freaking me out. He will trick you. Oh my god, bro! Listen. Listen. Fuck me. This is bad. Yo, what the hell, man?
I could have sworn I just saw something walk across that hallway.
I'm sorry.
What did it say?
Providers.
Should we do the DR60?
Yeah.
So this is where they got the screaming before. How does that happen at the exact same time, bro?
Dude.
If you need to take a break, we can take a break.
Rage.
Pushes?
Yes, it's me.
Yes, it's me. Who is it? Is this... I don't think this is Dr. William. Is this the creature? The little baby crawler that thinks he's so tough? I'm hiding here.
Where are you?
We don't like investigators.
I've never heard that before.
That is not a good sign.
I feel
right when it's making you feel like shit too. Okay, I didn't mean to taunt you.
Operators. God. Should we do DR60?
Here, you want to put the bell away? Dude.
What?
Oh! 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 I got down static. We're just swapping out batteries. Oh my god, bro. Dude, he's f***ing standing right here.
Scared.
You're scared of me.
Oh, the static's got that. You're scared of me.
We knew that in the hallway of this building that we were not alone. I mean, it was like something was stalking us, running from one end of the hallway to the other, making all of our devices go off. Knocking noises, voices we were hearing. I mean, it felt like we were being surrounded. I mean, the light swinging by itself with the one right next to it not swinging at all. That's pretty crazy. We knew we weren't alone, but this entity was about to get so much stronger.
All right, so we're down here. We've made contact with something.
What the
What?
What kind of hair is this?
I feel very lonely.
Wait, show that under the light. That's not your hair. That's not your hair, is
No,
it?
Children are playing.
I just like felt something touch my head, and I just went and like wiped it off.
Wait, what? That is crazy. That is not your hair. Dude, That's neither of our hair.
No.
Okay, that's a little more than freaky. I don't like that either. Oh, we're gonna do a DR60 right now. Let's try to talk to these things. All right. I could have sworn to God. Hold up. I could have sworn to f***ing God I just saw a little shadow right there.
That's what I was saying earlier. Just past those bricks and shit. I thought I saw someone.
I could have sworn I just saw something. Is that you, Shadow Man? All right. To the little shadow creature. What or who are you?
There's bad energy.
Bill? I heard you don't like it when people call you Bill. Are you here with us right now?
Kiss.
Is that you I keep seeing poking your head out around that corner?
Can you whistle back? Who's the Shadow Man?
Take a left. That's what you just said.
Why do you want us to go left? What's down there?
Bill? Are you down to the left? Shadow Man? Little creepy crawly thing? Are you down to the left? Is that you down there?
Don't leave.
All right. Well, that was incredibly f***ing scary. Seems. Describe what you were seeing down there.
Just down there to the left. All the way down there at the end of the hallway. I just saw it again.
Oh! Oh! Yo, what the f, bro? What are the f odds? What the f is that?
I'm telling you, it's not big. It's a little tiny. And I'm telling you, it's literally like this. Like, this is the wall.
Oh god, I hate that.
Did you hear that?
creature? What or who are you? Bill? I heard you don't like it when people call you Bill. Are you here with us right now? You don't like it when people call you Bill. Are you here with us right now?
Hello?
Sounded like someone over here. Yeah.
Is that you I keep seeing poking your head out around that corner? Can you whistle back? Who's the shadow man? Can you whistle back?
It sounds like
Shadow. Can you whistle back?
Please
Who's
go
the
left.
shadow man?
please go left again. Well, obviously we're gonna have to go left, but
Why do you want us to go left? What's down there? Bill? Are you down to the left? Shadow man? Why don't we go left? What's down there? Bill? Are you down to the left?
Me.
Shadow man?
meet. He wants to meet us down there.
I thought it said me.
Remember how Tyler said, they kept saying like, come meet me.
Oh, I completely forgot about that shit.
Little creepy crawly thing? Are you down to the left? Is that you down there?
Here, real quick. All right. Who's down there to the left? Can you? Can you give me your best? Scream!
$1900s.
Are you trying to scare us? Shit is so
I swear I just heard a woman go.
I'm freaked the fuck out.
Thank you for visiting.
You're welcome.
Here, listen to it.
I'm so freaked out.
Fucking freaked out. I'm really freaked out. I'm just gonna say it again. I'm freaked out. I'm really freaked out. People don't understand. Oh, dude, different. Oh my God, do you feel that right now? I'm not even kidding. Like up your arms. Something just came in here. Who just came in here? Can you show yourself? Or let us hear your voice?
Alright. Who's down there to the left? Can you give me your best? Scream! Who's down there to the left? Can you give me your best? Scream!
Go back. What the bro? Yo, actually, what is that? There's no way that actually just happened. There's
That's the
actually no
exact
way.
same sound that he was showing us earlier.
Hello? Hello?
Isaac.
I just saw.
That was too loud. That was too loud to be.
I could have swore I saw it again, but this time it was like standing there.
Hello?
I'm telling you, that's exactly how I was feeling.
Oh my god, that gave me such a fright. What was that, bro? What did you just hear?
I thought I was hearing
footsteps are like.
I don't know. It honestly was just so loud that it caught me really off guard. And then I looked over and I f***ing saw it standing there.
Dude. I think I like actually almost shit my pants. I'm not even kidding. I jumped up and I think I might have shit my pants a little bit. Oh my god, bro. This.
I don't want to be here anymore. Should we go to nurse's building or something?
Well, we gotta go to the left. We gotta see what the just made
Dude,
that
that's
noise.
where I saw it.
Okay, we didn't even finish listening to this.
Damn it, dude.
And we have to address that scream also. It's like literally something. What? What?
I thought I saw someone standing there.
What? Standing where, bro?
In this room.
Shut the f up, dude. Wait, don't f with me.
No, I'm being serious. I thought I just saw someone standing in this room.
Dude, what the f? Why am I
Wait,
not?
no, really though?
Hello? You need to leave this property.